Good afternoon. Welcome to this live proceedings of the National Assembly on this 29th day of November 2022. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. This afternoon, the leader of the majority party will issue a statement on the disbursement of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. And a number of members will be asking questions. The member for Garissa County, Honorable Amina Udgun, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Information, Communications and Digital Economy what action is the government taking to avert the resultant effects of the registration of subscriber identity model, also known as SIM cards, undertaken on 15th of October 2022 across the country, and in particular in arid and semi-arid lands where mobile cash transfers for the elderly, mobile and online banking, distribution of relief food and security may have been severely affected. What measures has the government taken to conduct public participation and sensitization activities across the country, and in particular in ASAL regions, on the importance and procedure for registering SIM cards? That question will be for written reply. The member for Saboti constituency, Honorable Kaleba Misi, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development to provide a report of the ownership status of the parcel of land LR number 500430R, currently occupied by the Kwale International Sugar Company, detailing the acquisition process of the said land and valid ownership. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the governance and administrative structure of Kwale International Sugar Company, including providing the CR12 list of directors? That, among other questions, will be asked this afternoon. If you're just joining us, the business of the National Assembly is about to begin, and on your screen there is some activity and appearing there and almost taking a bow. Yes, that is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast, which is available on Bunge TV. You can also follow it on YouTube on the go, courtesy of the Parliament of Kenya YouTube channel. My name is Edward Kabasa. Do enjoy your viewing.
Waheshimiwa, na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi kutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Yeah, the whips. held. We now have quorum. We can transact our business. Clerk. Honorable members, we have a supplementary order paper that will guide our business this afternoon. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
A communication and an acknowledgement. The first communication is on the nomination of persons for appointment as members of the Commission on Revenue Allocation. Honorable members, as you are aware, the term of office of the current members of the Commission on Revenue Allocation, CRA, is set to end on 31st December 2022 in accordance with the provisions of Article 256A of the Constitution. In this regard, the appointment process ought to be concluded before the said date. Honorable members, Article 215, 2B and C of the Constitution, as read together with Article 215.3, requires political parties represented in the National Assembly and the Senate to nominate 2 and 5 persons respectively for appointment as members of the Commission on Revenue Allocation from among persons who are not members of Parliament. Pursuant to the said provisions and having been notified of the impending vacancies, the clerks of the Houses of Parliament, by advertisements published in the dailies on 15 November 2022, invited applicants from interested persons seeking to be nominated as members of the Commission and set out the qualifications for appointment in accordance with Article 215.4 of the Constitution and Section 6 of the Commission on Revenue Allocation Act 2011. Honorable members, take your seats. The nearest available seat. The nearest available seat. Honorable members, a total of 176 applications were received, being 37 and 139 applications received by the National Assembly and the Senate respectively. At the closure of the submission period, the clerks of the Houses of Parliament forwarded the particulars of qualified applicants to the leaders of the majority and minority parties in both houses to facilitate the nomination of qualified persons for appointment. Honorable members, on Friday, 25th November 2022 and Saturday, 26th November 2022, I received communication from the leadership of the majority and minority parties conveying the nomination of the 7 persons for appointment to the membership of the Commission on Revenue Allocation in accordance with Article 215, 2B and C of the Constitution. With regard to the nominees from the political parties in the National Assembly under Article 215, 2B of the Constitution, I have received the names of Benedict Mwasia Mutiso and Wilfred Koitamet Olekina Ngoshoi, having been nominated by the majority party and minority party respectively. With regard to the nominees under Article 215, 2C of the Constitution, the leadership of political parties represented in the Senate nominated Jonas Misto Vincent Kuko, Dr. Isabel Nyambura Waiyaki, and Hadija Nganyi Juma. The 3 were nominated by the majority party. Dr. George Jalango Midiwo and Honorable Fatuma Gedi Ali CBS. The 2 were nominated by the minority party. Noting the close timelines and given the fact that the House is scheduled to commence the long recess on Thursday, December 1, 2022, in accordance with its calendar, I forthwith refer the names of the 7 persons so nominated to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. The committee is expected to undertake the necessary approval hearing as contemplated under the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 and Standing Order 45, Committal of Public Appointments to committees. Indeed, I am aware that the committee has already called for the submission of memoranda from the public as part of the approval process. Additionally, by way of a notification, I directed the Clerk of the National Assembly to transmit the said notification to all members, which he did. Honorable members, I now direct the committee to expeditiously undertake the approval hearings and report back to the House. In any case, the committee should conclude the approval hearings by 6th of December 2022 and table its report before the expiry of the constitutional deadline. The House is accordingly guided. Honorable members, take your seats. The nearest available seat. The nearest available seat. I have another communication to make. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, this is a recognition of a delegation from the National Assembly of Zambia. I wish to introduce to you a delegation of members of staff from the Parliamentary Reforms Program Department in the National Assembly of Zambia, who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation comprises, and when I call your name, you stand for acknowledgement by the House. Chalema Chabala, Program Officer. Mr. Peter Tembo, Constituency Office Coordinator. Ms. Christine Zimba, Constituency Office Coordinator. Mr. Lapson Nyendwa, Constituency Office Coordinator. Ms. Daisy Siame, Constituency Office Coordinator. And Mr. Pride Mundea, Constituency Office Coordinator. Honorable members, the officers are in the country on a benchmarking visit aimed at, among other things, sharing knowledge and experiences with their counterparts on best practices and procedures in the management and coordination of constituency offices. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome the delegation to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during the course of their stay in the country. I thank you. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 29th, 2022. One special audit report of the Auditor General on the contracting process for transportation of cargo via standard gauge railway by Kenya Railways Corporation. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, maybe if you allow me, that particular report, there's a question that was asked by the Honorable Gishimu, Honorable Speaker, to the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. And the answer lies in that report, Honorable Speaker, and may therefore direct that it be referred to the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. Because that question was only asked on Thursday.
So directed.
2 is a statement of the financial year 2022-2023 additional expenditures granted under Article 223 of the Constitution from the National Treasury and Planning. 3, the Kigali amendments to the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer and explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. 4, the accession of the Bamako Convention on the import into Africa and the control of the transboundary movement and management of hazardous wastes within Africa and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. 5, the progress report on submission of nominees to the National Government Constituency Development Fund for the National Assembly approval. 6, the 10th, 11th, and 12th batch of nominees to 31 NGCDF committees from the NGCDF board for the following constituencies. 1, Balambala, Banisa, Butere, Emuhaya, Funyula, Gatundu North, Kabete, Kiamba, Kibwezi East, Kilifi North, Keio South, Keses, Kuresoi South, Mandera West, Masinga, Matayos, Mogotio, Mount Elgon, Moala, Navakholo, Nyando, Sabatia, Tinderet, Turkana Central, Hamisi, Ekolomani, Laisamis, Mandera North, Teso North, Vihiga, and Wajir North. 7 is the resubmissions of list of nominees for 13 constituencies from the National Government Development Fund Board. 1 Eldas, 2 Gilgil, 3 Githunguri, 4 Kajiado West, 5 Kapenguria, 6 Kieni, 7 Kitui South, 8 Mara, 9 Marakwet, Oljororok, Othaya, Rongai, and Diwa. 8, report of the Auditor General and financial statements for Bandari Maritime Academy for 14 months period ended 30th June 2020 and the certificates therein. 9, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements of the following constituencies for the year ended 30th June 2021 and the certificates therein: Mavoko, Kitui Rural, Kitui East, Kitui South, and Matungulu. 10, Honorable Speaker, is a report of the Auditor General and financial statements of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2021 and the certificates therein: the National Irrigation Authority, MSOS Technical and Vocational College, Mitungulu Technical Training College, Tetu Technical and Vocational College, Tourism Finance Corporation, Saikuru Technical Training Institute, Wote Technical Training Institute, Masinga Technical and Vocational College, Mungatsi Technical and Vocational College, and finally, Golf Hotel Limited. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
That report is not ready. We'll indulge you to the next sitting. Next, Chairperson, Select Committee on National Government Constituencies Development Fund.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House Tuesday, November 29. Report on the Select Committee on National Government Constituency Development Fund on list of nominees to the National Government Constituency Development Fund for 103 constituencies. Mr. Speaker, beg to lay.
Next, Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. Wapi Ndindi Nyoro? Yes, majority.
Honorable Speaker, if you can indulge the Chair, Budget and Appropriations Committee, maybe to be able to do this in the course of the sitting, because they are still sitting in committee.
Okay. Next, Chairperson, Select Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 29th, 2022. Report of the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Financial Inclusion Fund, famously known as ASLA Funds, Regulations 2022, Legal Notice number 213 of 2022. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I believe this suffers the same fate. We'll indulge you to the next sitting. The next, Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation, Honorable Chepkonga.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Financial Inclusion Fund, famously referred to as ASLA Funds, Regulation 2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 29th, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of sections 24, subclause 4 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, approves the Public Finance Management Financial Inclusion Fund Regulations 2022, published as legal notice number 213 of 23rd November 2022. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next, the Chair's Select Committee on NGCDF, Honorable Musa Sirma.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on the National Government Constituency Development Fund laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 29th November 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 434 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, Act 2015, and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, Regulations 2016, approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 103 constituencies and of the National Government Constituency Fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Member for Garissa Town, Amina Udogun. Garissa County. Member for Garissa County, the women representative. We'll put it aside. Next, member for Saboti, Honorable Kale Bamisi. Next, member for Buri, Honorable Rindikiri Muridania. Next, question 055, I'm informed the questioner requested for deferment, it's deferred. Next, question 076, nominated member, Umulher Harun.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg to make a statement, number 076. Could the Cabinet Secretary state the measures the government has put in place to ensure...
Are you making a statement or asking a question?
Sorry, it's a question. My
yes.
apologies. Could the Cabinet Secretary state the measures the government has put in place to ensure equal and timely distribution of sanitary pads to all schoolgirls in rural areas? And question 2, what plans has the ministry instituted to ensure efficient and sustainable ways of addressing menstrual poverty? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Chair Education. When do you bring the response? Go on record.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the response will be ready in 2 weeks' time.
2 weeks, thank you.
Yes.
We go back to the first question. Member for Garissa County. Question deferred. Member for Saboti, Kale Bamisi. Question deferred. Member for Buri. Question deferred. That's the end of questions. Yes, Umi? Honorable Umi? Give her the microphone. You have
Sorry,
it?
the chair said he'll respond in 2 weeks, but we'll be on recess. So I'd request maybe the response comes before we go on recess. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Meli, are you able to bring a response by Thursday?
Not.
It's a very simple question.
I will. The clerk's office will forward the questions to the ministry. Then I will ask them if it is possible they can bring it before Thursday. Yes.
Are you able to answer on Thursday? Don't raise the hopes of the member.
I'll
If you will not be able.
I'll expedite it, sir.
So we can list it
Thursday, yes.
for Thursday.
Yes.
Okay. Next. Next order, statements. Majority Leader. Incidentally, well, if you get the answer, there's no requirement that you must come and read it on the floor. You can communicate with the member. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I have two statements. Maybe with your guidance, there's a one on NGCDF and there was also a response. Let me do the NGCDF one. Okay. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44, 2B, I rise to issue a statement on the progress regarding the submission of nominees to the NGCDF committees from the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board for the National Assembly approval. Honorable Speaker, on 15 September 2022, the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board issued a circular regarding the appointment of members of the National Government Constituency Development Fund committees. The deadline given by the board for submission of proposed nominees from the respective constituencies was 30th October 2022. Honorable Speaker, as at 28th November 2022, the board had received names of proposed members of National Government Constituency Development Fund committees from 283 constituencies as follows. 283 constituencies have been processed and submitted to the National Assembly for approval pursuant to Section 43(4) of the NGCDF Act 2015, and attached as Annex number 1, and I'll be tabling this, Honorable Speaker, is the entire list of the 283 constituencies. Another 3 constituencies are in the process of being analyzed for compliance before being transmitted to the National Assembly for approval. Again, attached as Annex number 2, Honorable Speaker, to avoid just going through the list. Honorable Speaker, Kandara constituency, which is awaiting a by-election, is among the said 6 constituencies, as well as Garissa Township. The board shall therefore analyze the said constituencies' resubmitted list of nominees upon conclusion of the upcoming by-elections for those 2 constituencies that have by-elections. 3, Honorable Speaker, 4 constituencies are yet to submit their respective lists, and they appear as Annex 3. It is worth noting, Honorable Speaker, that the board is coordinating with its officers to fast-track submission of nominees for analysis for conformity with the NGCDF Act and its regulations before presentation to the National Assembly for approval. Garissa Township is also, as I mentioned, is also awaiting a by-election and is among the said 8 constituencies. The board shall therefore analyze the said constituencies list of nominees upon conclusion of the by-election also for Garissa. Honorable Speaker, the details of the submission status are summarized in the tables annexed to this statement showing their respective statuses. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker, but also, Honorable Speaker, just to mention that we have engaged with the Honorable Attorney General on the gazettement of all these 283 constituencies that have complied, and he has indicated that the gazettement of all those constituencies will commence immediately. He has indeed directed his officers to prepare the gazette notice for gazettement of the 283. Maybe to also ask the members, I don't want to read their names, the names of their constituencies, who are yet to submit or whose committees are yet to be submitted, to fast-track that process to ensure that their DCCs and their fund managers do fast-track the submission of those lists, so that even by the time, Honorable Speaker, the others are gazetted, we are not left with 7 constituencies, with the exception of the 2 that are yet to have their by-elections later this next month, Honorable Speaker. At least those that don't have by-elections and they have members representing them, to speak to their fund managers to hasten that process, so that upon gazettement, then the committees should be ready for the first disbursement of the fund, which, Honorable Speaker, I am sure members are very eagerly awaiting because of the pressure that we are all suffering from our constituents, especially on the disbursement of bursaries. And it is hopeful that once these committees are now gazetted, then the National Treasury, and I'm sure the chair, NGCDF, is in consultations, and we are doing that together with the National Treasury and the Office of the Attorney General to see how we can fast-track the disbursement of funds so that at least by the time we proceed on recess, we have at least money to disburse bursaries in January, because many of our people are indeed hopeful and suffering and waiting for disbursement of bursaries and completion of projects for those of us who have projects that are awaiting disbursement of funds to complete. And of course, for the new members, it's imperative that they are able to expedite the processing of projects. And I want to also ask members that this is a time before, as names are gazetted, to ask your committees, your respective committees in your constituencies, to submit their proposals to the National Board. And indeed, for all those that have been approved by the National Assembly, there is no reason why you should not be pushing those committees to submit their proposals, because it is against those proposals, again, that disbursements are made. Therefore, let's not give anybody an excuse to say they are not disbursing funds because we have no proposals submitted and approved for exchequer releases. Therefore, with that guidance, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay this statement on the table of the House.
Honorable Mulyungi, when you want to catch the Speaker's eye, it's not in any standing order to raise your hand. There is a button for intervention.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
If you look at your machine,
Yes.
you'll find the button on intervention had been pressed.
You are not there.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mulyungi, you are not there. But I've given you the floor.
Sorry, I wonder what's wrong with these machines. Being the architect and the designer of this house.
Machines don't lie. You are not there, but go ahead.
I wonder what could be wrong with the machines. Honorable Speaker, following what the majority leaders tabled in this house, is he trying to insinuate that the gazettement of the members of ancient CDF committee are tied to the disbursement of the funds to the constituencies? Can he be clear? Because from what he has said, it looks like those members have to be gazetted before the funds are disbursed to the constituencies.
Are you seeking clarification, or are you asking a question?
Clarification.
Or you are raising a challenge?
Clarification, Mr. Speaker, sir.
You are seeking clarification.
From the majority.
Majority leader, you've heard what the member has asked?
Honorable Speaker, you know, the Honorable Mulyungi knows I am good with my language, and therefore I don't need to insinuate. I state, and I made a statement. I did not insinuate anything. I made a statement detailing how many constituencies have had their list approved, the 283, the 7 that are yet to submit list, with the exception of Kandara and Garissa Township. And of course, I also indicated that we should not give anyone an excuse. And I use the word excuse. I don't know where the member was, what he was listening to. That was not to insinuate anything. It was just to say that we should not allow anybody to use that as an excuse. But of course, it's also equally important for the Honorable Mulyungi to appreciate that it is not the Member of Parliament, it is the NGCDF committee at the constituency level. And it's important, even because of those who have taken NGCDF to court, to understand that it is not members of this house who manage NGCDF. It is those committees. For them to even be able to sit and expedite the utilization of NGCDF funds, they have to be duly gazetted. I think that is rather clear, that they have to be gazetted for them to be able to even submit proposals to the board the board to use those proposals, then to make checker requests based on the project that are submitted. So it was just by way of advising, especially for the benefit of our new members. And the Honorable Muliongi does not qualify to be among any of the new members.
Your next statement, you said you had two.
Honorable Speaker, this is a response from the Ministry of Agriculture, the ministerial response to the statement regarding the planned importation of 900,000 metric tons of maize in the country from the Cabinet Secretary, Agriculture, the Honorable Franklin Mithika-Linturi. And the statement I'll read as it is, Honorable Speaker. It was addressed to the chair because I think the minister thought the question should have gone to the chair, not to the leader of majority. The question, the statement that was sought by the member for Pokot South, the Honorable David Kosing. On 25th November 2022, the ministry received an invitation from the clerk of the National Assembly to appear before the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock to provide a response to a statement regarding the planned importation of maize in the country by the Honorable David Kosing, MP. I wish to give my response on the matter raised by the Honorable Member in the following order. One, on introduction, the ministry has a mandate to ensure national food and nutrition security for all citizens at all times. The ministry monitors and analyzes agriculture food systems with regard to the national food policy implementation, food availability and accessibility, and early warning signals on food production, stocks, marketing, prices, quality, importation, research, and capacity at all levels to inform decision-making towards realization of national food and nutrition security. The government supports the progressive realization of the right to adequate food for national food security as provided for in the Constitution. This entails ensuring that quality food is available in sufficient quantities to satisfy the dietary needs of individuals, free from adverse substances and accessible in ways that are sustainable. The government has the obligation to protect individuals' cultural means to access their food in adequate amounts and quality, and proactively engage in activities intended to strengthen people's access to and utilization of resources to meet their food needs. Honorable Speaker, the ministry also acknowledges that responsible investment in sustainable agriculture and food systems is essential for enhancing food security and nutrition, and in supporting the progressive realization of the right to adequate food. Our national food systems transformation pathway encompasses all aspects of food insecurity, ranging from economic, social, and environmental drivers, and values incentivizing all actors along the value chain, facilitating a conducive policy environment to fulfill our food and nutrition requirements sustainably, while guaranteeing that opportunities for food security and nutrition for future generations are not compromised. On statement of the problem, Honorable Speaker, despite efforts by the ministry, our food production has remained below our consumption needs. Consequently, imports of most of our staples, maize, wheat, rice, and edible oils have correspondingly increased in tandem with our consumption demands. Kenya is not self-sufficient in maize production, with an average of 4 to 6 million bags imported annually to meet the total demand for both human consumption and animal feed production. Most of the maize is imported by the private sector and relief agencies. Currently, the national maize balance sheet projected to end of January 2023 shows a surplus of about 14.8 million by 90 kg bags, only after taking consideration of the expected long rains, harvests, and monthly consumption needs. This balance is inadequate to take us to the next significant harvest in August or September of next year, 2023. With our monthly utilization of about 3.5 million bags, human consumption and other utilization, the surplus stocks could last about 4 months, up to April of 2023. However, this may seem adequate, but farmers rationally retain food stocks for household use until the next significant harvest is realized, an extra for income during the year. Hence, most of the surplus stocks after January will be available mainly amongst the farming households in the North Rift parts of Kenya, parts of Western and South Rift counties. Some short rain season harvest expected in January or February in the Western and Nyanza regions will mainly support households in the region. Consequently, millers and the market-dependent non-farming population may not access adequate quantities for milling and consumption, respectively. As early as February 2023, Honorable Speaker, therefore, there may be inadequate quantities both for milling and for consumption. National food availability and accessibility is determined by stock levels after production and importation in case of production shortfalls or gaps. This implies that the country is likely to continue experiencing further acute shortages starting earlier in March 2023. Honorable Speaker, the national food security situation may seem stable in most counties in the medium and high rainfall areas despite notable decline in production of maize, the common staple of most households. However, the food security situation in northeastern, southeastern, and coastal ASAL regions remains precarious following 4 consecutive poor crop seasons. The available stocks may not follow effectively towards deficit areas. May not flow effectively towards the deficit areas. Hence, some areas will continue to suffer acute food shortages. In 2022, the households in need of food aid increased from 2.8 million in March 2022 to 3.5 million in April to the current 4.5 million people. As a response, the government, in collaboration with the development stakeholders, has been undertaking normal food distribution, water tracking, and enhanced school feeding program to the affected households in the most affected ASAL counties to avert hunger and acute malnutrition. Honorable Speaker, on the performance of the 2022 rainy seasons, Kenya largely depends on rain-fed agriculture. The 2022 long rain season, March, April to May, started late and was erratic in most counties. The planting was therefore erratic, with farmers experiencing poor germination and forced to replant. Of the prepared land, about 80% was planted with cereals. Farmers in most ASAL counties, parts of Lower Eastern, Coast, and Northeastern, did not plant or achieve any crop harvest. Price of farm inputs, especially fertilizer, have remained high, ranging from 6,000 shillings to 6,500 per 50 kg bag until the subsidy was introduced for the short-range crops to cushion farmers when this government took office sometime this year. To avert this situation, the government has planned to extend the provision of fertilizer subsidies for the long rain season. The ministry has also been availing pesticides and sprayers to contain the spread of the armyworm, in addition to training of field extension officers. On short rain season performance, the current season has performed poorly, characterized by delayed onset and erratic rainfall. The eastern to coastal regions have experienced delayed and irregular planting. Overall, the poor short rains will lower crop production, further threatening food security and availability in the coming year, including for livestock feed. The prices of most staples remain quite high, above long-term average, and regional prices are also reportedly high. Normally, the government allows importation of white non-GMO maize with or without duty to cover for the shortfall in local production. However, the white non-GMO maize has been scarce and mainly sourced from Mexico, EAC and commercial regions, albeit at a premium price. This restriction prevents the country from getting adequate flow of maize. It's against this background, Honorable Speaker, the ministry, through a cabinet memo, requested the cabinet to lift the ban and approve importation of GM maize grain for consumption, and in the long term, allow cultivation of GM maize varieties. This follows the completion of safety assessment conducted by the National Biosafety Authority and variety performance evaluation carried out by the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services, KEFIS. The recent national performance trials, NPTs, by our competent authorities have demonstrated that some biotechnology products have economic, health, and social benefits we can tap on, including drought resistance, pest, disease resistance, high yielding, and nutrient-dense foods. These traits could reduce the cost of production, improve nutrition, and increase farmer incomes compared to the current conventional Czech varieties. On the plan of action, Honorable Speaker, the government plans to allow maize importation from the region and facilitate further inflows from outside the EAC and COMESA regions. Another cabinet memo has been prepared to seek approval to import maize duty-free to improve availability and accessibility in good time to evade a hunger crisis in mid-2023. The ministry has recommended to the cabinet to approve for 3 months period duty-free importation of 900,000 metric tons, that is 10 million by 90 kg bags, of white maize by registered millers, starting from 1st February to 30th April 2023, to fill the national deficit and avert an impending crisis from April 2023. Meanwhile, registered millers should continue to import wheat under the prevailing 10% duty remission scheme and rice at prevailing duty rates to complement maize supplies. Further, the ministry will work towards committing more resources towards promoting intensification of production of local staple foods to reduce the deficit gap and facilitate food diversification. That, Honorable Speaker, I submit, signed by the Honorable Franklin Medeka Linturi, Cabinet Secretary, Agriculture. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Who was the questioner?
From the Honorable Kosing.
David?
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I really thank you for many reasons. Number one is that you directed that this is done immediately. And I'm telling you, Speaker, millions of farmers are thanking you. On the statement, Speaker, I'm happy. I'm sufficiently happy by the response of the minister. And in short, Honorable Speaker, you know, the minister is saying the threats of 72 hours given by somebody is no more there. So farmers now can sell their maize peacefully. The minister is saying maybe they will review it in February. That is precise, Honorable Speaker. That's a responsible minister. Not the other one who was going around and issuing some unknown threats, including, Speaker, one that he said in my neighbor county, that if you don't sell your maize within 72 hours, you will feed those maize in your dogs, Speaker. You know, that cannot be a responsible minister, Speaker. Now the farmers all over the place now are aware, and this is the house of record, this is the house of the people, that the farmers can sell their maize peacefully until maybe February next year. They can review that, and mid next year, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, that statement is very fundamental, and Kenyans now know who is in charge of agriculture. It's Honorable Linturi, not, let me not say. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm happy with that statement.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Chepkonga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At least that is a very fair statement from our very good friend, the Honorable Linturi. He has at least clarified the issues that were running up and down. But, Mr. Speaker, I was going to raise a different issue. You remember, Mr. Speaker, that you undertook that you will amend or this House will amend the standing orders. I know the majority leader is doing exemplary, very good in terms of presenting the statements from the minister. But it would be better, Mr. Speaker, when we hear from the host itself. When will these standing orders be amended to allow the Cabinet Secretary to appear in this House, so that if we are not satisfied with the question, we ask a supplementary question, Mr. Speaker, until we are totally satisfied that the issues that are of concern to the people of Kenya have been answered satisfactorily. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chepkonga, isn't that matter before the Rules Committee to which you are a member? Or you are not a member? The matter is before the Rules Committee, and the Speaker is the chair of the committee, and we have given ourselves a task to complete the amendment to the standing orders by the time we come to the next session, after recess. Yes, Honorable Emilio Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving assurance as the chairman of the Rules Committee. But, Mr. Speaker, I just want to show concern that the chairs of various committees are getting an excuse, getting away with not responding adequately. The last parliament, we were here for 5 years, and we were able to get at least nearly sufficient answers. So as we are waiting for the Rules Committee to make those amendments, can the chairs of the committees up their game or leave for others who can do the work in the meantime? Because this is not, you didn't come for a ride in the park, Mr. Speaker. So let them do their work, because even as we speak, we are seeing farmers from the Rift complaining. There's a guy who was crying who was about to ban his, I think many of us have seen him in social media, who is about to ban his produce because they can't even be bought. So while we are saying that, don't give us long speeches when farmers are suffering. Let them deal, and even if necessary, let the CSS meet in committees. They don't have to come and meet us in the whole house, especially when you have a monumental crisis like this one regarding maize. Thank you, Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Millie, committees are under very clear standing order direction. They can summon, invite ministers at any time they want to talk to them, to interrogate them, and bring any information they get to the floor. The honorable member for Madare, yes, Olwach. Give the honorable Olwach the mic. Olwach, you can't be traced on the screen. There's one near you flipping.
Oh, okay.
There you are.
Let me use this one. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, as I acknowledge the response given to Honorable Proceedings' question. Honorable Speaker, the House will recall that these issues arose out of a motion of adjournment last week in which we discussed larger issues, much larger than the question of maize, and issues arising from the safety and health implication of importation and the lifting of the ban. Subsequently, Honorable Speaker, I did write a letter to your office under Standing Order number 259C, requesting that through you, the House Business Committee considers forming a House ad hoc committee, an ad hoc committee that can be able to inquire into not only just the issue of maize, part of which has been responded to, but the other larger questions which are health-related, environmental-related, and which are cross-cutting between a number of committees. Honorable Speaker, I was waiting for guidance on this matter from you. Thank you.
I indeed received your request, Honorable Watch, and yes, the guidance is on the way to you.
Thank you.
Honorable Sunguli.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I also want to join in thanking the Leader of Majority for this statement he obtained from the Ministry of Agriculture. You remember when we were debating, I did say also that, in fact, the correct minister to address these issues was the Minister for Agriculture, because this is not a trade issue. But be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, I realize from the statement, from the answer, that the minister intends to open this window in February. That, in fact, will be having responded only to the North Rift farmers. Those of us who come from the South Rift will be harvesting our maize in February. And if the imports are opened in February, that will have brought the problem back to us. I would like to urge the Leader of Majority to advise the minister that this window should be open after the maize from the South Rift has been exhausted, which will be perhaps somewhere in May, so that we avoid this issue of thinking that the only farmers who are there are those from the North Rift, and that once the problem of the North Rift has been solved, then the South Rift can sort itself.
The Honourable Member for Keses. Give the Honourable Member the mic.
Thank you so much, the Honourable Speaker. Allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Leader of Majority for the good work he has done. He has actually demonstrated that we have a government that can listen to the plea of the people. Because as of last week, the ultimatums that were being given were actually drawing farmers to a ring of anxiety. And as I was at home over the weekend, there were a lot of unanswered questions from the farmers as to what will happen to their growth. Say a case, what Millie Otiamba said, others were actually expressing their frustrations. Now, with this good answer that is settling our farmers and giving hope that the crop or the cereal will be offloaded to market, I'm looking at a situation, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the same traders, because the government has not demonstrated what modalities are they going to put in place to facilitate the actual mopping of the maize crop from farmers, meaning they are leaving to the mere mercy of the traders and the millers, the force of supply and demand. I'm foreseeing a situation where the same people who are in business and their goal is to maximize their profit, looking at the current situation that the profit situation could be thinning the expectation, what mechanism is the government going to do to ensure they also support the farmers that this maize will be mopped to the market? Is it either going to plan to open up cereals so that we can mobilize them and offload to the area of need? Because now you see the level of trade is very low. These traders can decide to go slow, awaiting 2 months, it's not far, February is not far, to ensure that they take advantage of the cheap, imported, duty-free maize. And in the long run, they succeed their business at the expense of the farmer. So my issue and my follow-up to the Leader Majority, probably the minister should expand to the members of Kenya, to farmers, and not only North Rift, even to the South Rift, all farmers, that indeed the government is taking a direction that is going to support them and ensure whatever farmers have in their stores, what they're harvesting, are going to reach the market within that given time frame. Thank you so much.
Majority, I hope you are noting that. Honorable Bowen. Give the Honorable Bowen the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to appreciate the Leader of Majority for the responses obtained from the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, the Honorable Inturi. Mr. Speaker, the statement read by the Leader of Majority has given a lot of hope to maize farmers in the country. Mr. Speaker, for the last 1 week, there's been a lot of frustrations across the country. Because the statements made by the Honorable Moses Kuria, the CS for Trade, was really very frustrating, telling farmers they need to harvest within 72 hours or their maize will not be purchased by the government. Again, number two, the Honorable Speaker, there's been a kind of a deliberate attempt to kill the production of maize in this country. Mr. Speaker, in the last Parliament, and especially the last supplementary budget, there's been not a single coin which was allocated to the strategic grain reserve to purchase maize from the farmers. Mr. Speaker, we are the government who went out campaigning on what is called the guaranteed minimum returns. We told our farmers we don't want to subsidize consumption, we are going to subsidize production. But after subsidizing the production again, and we have a very good produce, we are again frustrating the same farmers that we are not going to buy from you, we are going to import from, I don't know from where. Mr. Speaker, many Kenyans, as we speak, are dying of hunger in the northeastern and many parts of the country. We have also got some even funds. There are a lot of donor funds which has come into this country to help those people starving because of famine. Why can't we use that money to purchase and mop all the maize in the North Rift and have those farmers get money? So I want to support the position taken by the CS Cabinet Secretary and ask the Cabinet Secretary to continue engaging and encouraging farmers so that in future we are not going to, again, to see any Kenyan dying because of NCA. Number two, Mr. Speaker, on a different issue, which you talked about the amending the standing orders for the Cabinet Secretary to appear before this House and answer questions to members. Sometimes that part I don't understand, Honorable Speaker, because the Article 153 of the Constitution, Sub-Article 3, that provides an express that the Cabinet Secretary must appear before this House to answer questions, Mr. Speaker. So I seek your clearance if that is clear. Thank you.
It doesn't say they must appear before the House. That's why we want to amend the standing orders, Honorable Bowen. The member behind Honorable Bowen, that's Honorable behind Honorable Bowen. Yes, please.
Member for Kieni.
Sorry, I was not seeing you clearly. Member for Kieni, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Just ask one clarification or one comment. I can see 2, 3 others who want to say something.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have not had a chance to speak in this House, so maybe you give me the opportunity for a maiden speech, because I have not had one.
You can't make a speech in the course of a question.
Maybe I start guided to learn. I start guided to learn.
Yes.
Because I have not been in the House before.
When there is a debate, I'll treat your speech as maiden and give you the time. Now just ask your clarification.
Or maybe this one is a comment, it's not a question. I was planning to put my thought on what has been said in this House, particularly more so on food crops and maize issue. I come from Kieni, and we are starting from a very serious drought. And during the drought, and also in this House, it has been said that some farmers are still holding up to 5,000 bags of maize, when people in Kieni, like Kipia, Isiolo, Masabit, Waji, and other places were dying of hunger. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thought this is one time that in future, farmers holding maize and other Kenyans dying, this House should not be a house of protecting those people who fail to give their produce to the market for sale. And in this case, Mr. Speaker, sir, we in Kenya are saying, my dress, my choice, my car, my choice, my food, my choice. In this case, when we were dying, we were not able to differentiate between what is GMO and what was not GMO. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you allow me to just quote from the historians, when the late Mao Zedong was the president of China, and China was in serious hunger, these people were not used to eating frogs, dogs, and other kind of foods. But because of the hunger that was ravaging China, Mao Zedong told his people, eat what you can see in front of you. If you don't die, eat it tomorrow. I think this is the wisdom we should apply in this House, that going forward, if GMO does not kill us, we take it the following day. And in this case, we're asking, Mr. Speaker, sir, the researchers in this country should not only restrict themselves to maize GMO. We also need the hay. That is the grass that can feed our animals, because we have lost so many animals. So in this case, we are not talking of the GMO maize only. We look at the GMO fodder crops that can also sustain. Yes.
I know it's your first speech, but rules of relevance are not put aside because it's the first speech. You are not relevant to the statement that was made by the majority leader. It was about importation of maize. Now you are going to every GMO, you know.
I was suggesting that we be allowed to import the GMO maize for consumption when need arises. And in this case, we are still in hunger, we are still in hunger. We can still continue eating that maize.
Thank you. A member for Kipkelion, sorry, there is a reflection, I can't quite see you properly. Member for Kipkelion, 1 minute. Then Raso 1 minute and we move to something else. Give the member for Kipkelion the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I want to appreciate the response from the Leader of Majority, I want to ask that the government treats this particular season when this crop was farmed, Mr. Speaker, as a unique season. This is the time the farmer bought fertilizer for around 7,000 shillings. And therefore, to break even and leave them to the masses of the farmers will not cushion their costs and will not cover their expenses, and the farmers will incur a lot of losses. Mr. Speaker, I was seeking that the Leader of Majority could even seek to advise the ministry to bring a supplementary budget to help these people mop up the maize and store it in the strategic grain reserves. And after mopping up in the North Rift, they mop up in the South Rift, and then assess the need and the balances that the nation requires, and then import on the basis of informed information, Mr. Speaker. That is my clarification.
Thank you. Russell?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Leader of Majority for his response. But the more you listen to honorable members, the more you see that we live in two different countries. A country where half is hungry, a country where half is hoarding, and telling the government, don't bring in maize. So what happens to those who do not have food? I think going forward, what the minister should be guaranteeing this country is that there is enough food in the country for those who have ability to purchase, that they're able to purchase, and those who the government is able to provide relief, there's enough maize in the market. Secondly, I think the issue here is about production. What the good minister should go ahead and say is that going forward, there's enough subsidies for higher production so that the farmers don't sit on bags of maize. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Last, who is it? Ruku? Honorable Ruku? Kamket? Wewe una nini kwa mahindi? Ruku? Give Honorable Ruku the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's not appropriate to condemn the Minister, the Cabinet Secretary of Trade, because this country we have entrepreneurs who are very busy trying to do business on behalf of farmers. And if farming of maize is very expensive in this country, I think farmers can resort to other crops which can also yield income for the household. It is important for not to twist the government when we have some people in different parts of this country facing hunger. If there is maize, and these farmers are saying this maize must be bought at this price because of fertilizers and other costs of farming, and we can be able to get the same maize from other different parts of the world at a cheaper cost.
Yes,
the rules of demand and supply, Mr. Speaker, must apply.
Ruku, there's a point of order. What is out of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this house is a house of record. Is it in order for the member standing to regard that government is being twisted? I think that is while it is undertaking its role as a government to ensure it supports the producers as well as the consumers, I think the right word should be used. In this case, nobody has come in to twist the government, and the government cannot be twisted. Thank you.
Honorable Ruku, the farmers have no capacity to twist government.
I stand guided, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. the rules of the demand and supply, Mr. Speaker, it is important to allow to apply in the market. And in this case, if we can be able to get cheaper maize from other different parts of the world, it is important to get that maize so that people from my constituency and other constituencies may not starve when we have farmers in Rift Valley and they don't want to release their stock. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Last, Kamket. Ferdinand, you have come too late, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I want to congratulate the Leader of Majority for that good statement that came from the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, I want to note, Mr. Speaker, that there has been a tendency by successive administrations to romanticize the farmers and leave out livestock farmers, maize farmers, and there is very little mention you hear, Mr. Speaker. And when you hear members here speak about strategic food reserve, I think the policy that was made from the beginning, I think it's time to include livestock as livestock products as part of the strategic food reserve, so that those of us who represent livestock farmers are mainstreamed into the affairs of this country. But as it is, Mr. Speaker, when we hear all the good noises about maize farmers and other kinds of farmers, those of us who keep cattle, we hear other stories.
Kamket, but the question was about importation of maize. So the majority leader would be out of order to start talking about cattle in matters of maize. Majority leader, do you have anything to say about the comments?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think I have noted all the comments, but Honorable Speaker, I think as leaders, we must also bear the responsibility of socializing our farmers to the realities of today's world. That it may not be feasible always that a farmer produces with the expectation that you will sell your produce to government. And we must be able to produce with the expectation that you release that product to the consumers and the market, and allow the market forces of demand and supply to determine the prices of commodities. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, what government should do, and I think the CS has alluded to that, is to ensure that we are able to allow farmers to produce cheaper by making available cheaper inputs and extension services that we make sure that not just our maize farmers, even our livestock farmers, and Honorable Kamket says, are able to access cheaper pasture, also as Honorable Shieni was saying, so that farmers produce cheaper and allow the forces of demand and supply then to determine the cost of our produce. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, if there are any follow-up questions, I think the Chair, Agriculture, will be dealing with many of these issues as an ongoing matter. But I really want to encourage ourselves as leaders to speak to our farmers, to socialize them to even the diversification of food crops. You do not have to necessarily grow maize. You can do other crops. You do not have to grow rice, where those who are just doing rice, you can diversify to fish or other things that even we socialize our own communities in terms of what foods to consume. Because maize being our staple food and rice and wheat, Honorable Speaker, if we all rely on that food crop, then we make the demand very high. And therefore, that's why even farmers end up suffering, because you are not able to meet the demand that is there, or rather the supply is restricted, and prices then get out of control. With that, Honorable Speaker, I thank members for the comments.
Order number 5, and I'll give the Chair budget. Chair budget.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that indulgence. As is the calendar of this House, Mr. Speaker, we are a bit busy on several issues affecting the population of Kenya, and that is why we could not make it at the appropriate time, because, Mr. Speaker, the Budget and Appropriations Committee was meeting by that time to consider several issues. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 29, 2022. The report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the county government's additional allocations, number 2, Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members, I have a further communication to make on the resumption of vetting of nominees for appointment as principal secretaries. Honorable members, you will recall that on 15 November 2022, the Employment and Labor Relations Court in Constitution Petition number E-186 of 2022, Dr. Magare Gikenyi versus the President of the Republic of Kenya and 55 others, and in Constitution Petition number E-192 of 2022, Law Society of Kenya versus the National Assembly and 4 others, granted ex parte conservatory orders temporarily staying the vetting process in respect of nominees for appointment to the position of principal secretaries pending hearing and determination of the petitioner's application for conservatory orders. Consequently, on 16 November 2022, via notification number 02 of 2022, I directed that the vetting process be suspended pending the outcome of the judicial process. This was informed by the appreciation of the provisions of Article 3.1 of the Constitution, which places an obligation on myself and indeed the House to respect and uphold the Constitution, and in particular by abiding and upholding the rule of law. Further, I directed our litigation counsel to move the concerned courts to set aside the ex parte orders based on various legal grounds, and more particularly on lack of jurisdiction on the part of courts to interfere with active parliamentary processes. Accordingly, the National Assembly challenged the court's power to hear and determine the case on the ground that the petitions were in contravention of the constitutional principle of separation of powers, as they were inviting the court to determine a matter under the exclusive jurisdiction of the National Assembly under Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution and the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011. Honorable members, in its ruling delivered today, Tuesday, 29th November 2022, the court agreed with the National Assembly submission that the doctrine of separation of powers, as provided for in the Constitution, ought to be respected and upheld at all times. Further, the court observed that the National Assembly has exclusive original jurisdiction to first carry out the approval process before the court can interfere. The court therefore paved the way for the resumption of the vetting process, noting that the petitions were baseless, frivolous, vexatious, and premature. The court also noted that the legislature must be allowed to carry out its constitutional mandate without undue interference by any person or other arm of government. From the onset, I wish to note the very progressive view taken by the court in this matter. Whereas it is the constitutional right of every person to approach the courts of law, state organs must be allowed sufficient leeway to carry out their mandate without undue interference by any person. Indeed, to a keen observer, the petitioners were moved more by lack of proper information and legal guidance, and are pushed to stall a process for reasons other than national interest. Honorable members, as observed by the court, committee among the organs of the state dictates that one organ shall not interfere in a matter under the active consideration of another organ. Indeed, our own Standing Order 89 on matters sub judice prohibit referral or consideration of any matter before a court of law. In the same vein, the courts are expected to exercise restraint and refrain from interfering with matters that are active before Parliament, a constitutional concept that courts the court has today once again upheld in its ruling. As a National Assembly, we will endeavor to protect and uphold these constitutional principles in furtherance of the mandate bestowed upon us. Honorable members, following this ruling by the court, I wish to guide the House, the concerned committees, and indeed the general public as follows. 1, that the suspension of the vetting of persons nominated to serve as principal secretaries is hereby lifted. The committees are therefore expected to resume the vetting process immediately. 2, that all departmental committees are to conclude the vetting proceedings and approval hearings as soon as possible to allow for the conclusion of the process. In any case, noting that the House will be commencing the long recess on 2nd December 2022 in accordance with its calendar, it is expected that the committees will hasten the process and report to the House by the end of the morning sitting of Thursday, 1st December 2022, to pave way for consideration of the various approval motions by the House. I thank you. Next order. Yes, proceeding. Not on the ruling, is it?
Not on the ruling, Honorable Speaker. Of course, you know, your ruling has no...
Actually, not a ruling, a communication. Yes.
That communication, Honorable Speaker, has no point of order. But I want to seek your indulgence, Speaker, and your direction on 2 matters fundamental to this House, Speaker. Number 1 is what was done by the leader of majority when he was doing a tabling. He tabled a special report, Honorable Speaker, from Auditor General that was asked by PIC last Parliament. Then the leader of majority went and arrogated himself powers, which he doesn't have, by seeking your direction that you redirect that PIC report to Honorable Speaker to a departmental committee, which of course, Speaker, you granted. I want to ask Honorable Speaker that if you look at Standing Order 206, which dictates the functions and mandate of PIC committees, Honorable Speaker, it's very clear. And also, if you look at Standing Order 216, which then gives the powers of the departmental committees. Departmental committees, generally, Honorable Speaker, are dealing with day-to-day activities and not particularly a report that has generated or emanated from the Auditor General. That report, Honorable Speaker, goes to audit committees as it is in our Standing Order, Speaker. And the only person who has power to say something else outside Standing Order, Honorable Speaker, is yourself, under Standing Order number 1. Nobody else, not even leader majority or leader minority, Honorable Speaker. That cannot be allowed. And if it goes on, Honorable Speaker, then committees then the leaders of majority or minority will be deciding this matter today, depending on his interests or whims. He will decide and say, this one goes to this departmental committees on the other. I want to rescind that direction, Honorable Speaker, and direct that it goes normally as it is in the Standing Order. That's number 1. Number 2, it has come to my notice, Honorable Speaker, as well as chairman of PIC, that there are so many Auditor General reports which are in this Parliament but have not been tabled. Speaker, imagine 2019-2020 financial year, 2020-2021 financial year, Speaker, that affect all PIC and PAC are already in Parliament, but they have not been tabled, including also special reports, Honorable Speaker. I want to seek your indulgence on those 2, so that it allows this PIC and the PAC committee, Speaker, to be able to also sit down and do work plan. We can't do work plans, Honorable Speaker, without the direction. And you know, these committees, they are only doing reports from Auditor General. We can only emanate our mandate from there. Without those reports, Honorable Speaker, then all PICs and PAC committees have no role in this Parliament, this Speaker. I want to seek your indulgence in those 2 issues. One, that you direct that it comes to the PIC report, that anomaly is done by the leader majority, and that all reports are tabled, so that by the time we are going to recess, that we can have work to plan and work, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Honorable Posing, on the first one, I'll look at the Hansard and see what I directed and communicate to you tomorrow. The second one, Majority Leader, is there a pile of Auditor General reports in either your office or the clerk's office? And if there are, what are you doing about it? Give the Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, on the question of any pending audit reports, Honorable Speaker, I think we are tabling those audit reports as they come. And unless the chair is privy to
Are there any
information
piling in
that he
your
could
office?
bring to my attention, because in my office I have none that has not been tabled, including those that we got last week, Honorable Speaker, have been tabled. So unless the chair of PIC has any other information, Honorable Speaker, but also more important, Honorable Speaker, in relation to the matter the Honorable Kosing has raised, there was a question, Honorable Speaker, last week. I was just trying to see if I could get it from last week's order papers, I think on Thursday, by the Honorable Gishimu, that related to the matter being addressed by that report. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, I did ask, since that question was only asked, and I'm certain the Honorable Kosing was not in the House when that question was asked, because the question related to the matter in hand, and that is why I did request the Honorable Speaker to have that report before. And this is not a financial matter, Honorable Speaker, it is a policy issue. And PIC does not deal with any policy issues in relation to even state corporations. Policy matters, Honorable Speaker, should and must be dealt with by departmental committees. And therefore, because it was a policy issue, that is why, Honorable Speaker, I did request that the Honorable Speaker, you do direct that it be placed before the committee to be able to answer the policy question that was raised by the Honorable Gishimu Githinji last week, either on Wednesday or Thursday, Honorable Speaker. I wish I could have gotten the order paper.
And before Honorable Andai comes on the floor, Honorable Posing, the clerk reports to the chair that every report is tabled as they come. There are none piling in the office. Honorable Wandai.
Actually, Honorable Speaker, on the issue we just pronounced yourself on, really, I agree with Honorable Kosing, but if there's any possible lapse in tabling of any audit report, it's very easy to do a tracking. So just liaise with the Office of the Auditor General.
Yes.
Yes, and she will inform you which report she has brought here and which haven't come to the floor. That's very easy. And I'm saying this as a former chair of PAC, with a lot of experience, 5-year experience chairing the PAC, which had membership of distinguished members such as Honorable Nini Nyoro and others. Mr. Speaker, on the second issue, I am a little bit perturbed, and I'm happy with your ruling already that you will look at the answer. Yeah, I just want to caution that the purview, the audit reports of whatever nature, any audit report can only be dealt with by the respective audit committees. Even if there was a question that was raised by any particular member that is somewhat addressed by a particular audit report, that is not the route to follow. The relevant audit committee, which is in this case PIC, must be the one to be seized of the respective audit reports. That is the purpose of sanity and neatness, Mr. Speaker. Because otherwise, if we start allowing other committees, departmental committees and the likes to start dealing with audit reports, shall bring chaos and confusion, Mr. Speaker. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, if a question is raised by a member in this House, it is important that the relevant committee liaises with the respective ministry and brings on the floor of the House an answer. We cannot go around and start getting answers through audit reports, which were asked for in this particular manner, in that case, by an audit committee. Because the special audit report was asked for, from what I hear, by the PIC then it only follows that that report can only be tabled before PIC, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very happy with your ruling already, because I'm sure that is the way to go. Yeah. Thank you.
Let's leave it there, honorable members. Who do you want to inform, honorable member? He's not even at his seat. Go to the next order. Honorable Musa Sirma, you have a statement to make? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the proposed budget ceilings for constituencies for the financial year 2022-2023. Mr. Speaker, It's a requirement that we lay the budget ceilings for every constituency so that members could be told of what they should propose and up to what scale. Mr. Speaker, this proposal captures the amounts of money every constituency will get, and it has some compliance which have been followed. The 2.5% of the budget. Mr. Speaker, also the compliance of the amount of money, which is 44.289 billion. Mr. Speaker, this amount of money is going to be shared equally to every constituency, 75% of it. And Mr. Speaker, once we have the 75% being shared equally, it comes to 103,088,560 per every constituency. The second compliance, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of subdivision of the 25% to the various wards, and based on wards. And Mr. Speaker, in those wards, which have 8 constituencies, will get a total of 165,705,316, which are 7 constituencies. 23 constituencies will get 150, which have 8 wards. But I'm saying 7 constituencies will get that. That is the constituencies with 8 wards. 23 constituencies have 7 wards. That gives 158,832,745. Mr. Speaker, 54 constituencies who have 6 wards will get 151,960,174. Mr. Speaker, 106 constituencies who have 5 wards will get 145,087,603. 79 constituencies will get 138,215,33 shillings. That is 79. That there are 4 wards. And those with 3 wards, Mr. Speaker, are only 21 constituencies who will get, with 3 wards, will get 131, 342, and 62. Total amount allocated, Mr. Speaker, is 42 billion. 75,405,000. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the proposed ceiling.
Is it a statement you are laying?
Yes, okay. Statement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the chair of CDF. You know, Chairman, Mr. Speaker, there was an amendment to Section 34 of the Act, which has led to these ceilings that are being provided here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know that amendment in itself is highly unconstitutional. In fact, I want to advise my very good friend, my neighbor, the Honorable Sirma, that don't even make an attempt of implementing that particular amendment. The national government does not organize its functions using words. That is the function of a county. Mr. Speaker, if you want to go that route, then this particular amendment should have been taken to the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this as a very senior lawyer. If they make an attempt of implementing it, we will meet in court. You know, my constituency is not a protected constituency. Constituencies are protected who have, I don't know, 6 wards are being given money, who have about 40,000 voters. I have 62,000 voters. There are more money than INAPCO constituency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you cannot, the national government does not share its resources using words. In fact, you are inviting, in fact, this particular amendment, in fact, is inviting, you know what we are defending, Mr. Speaker, and you know, one of my youth groups is participating in the joinder as an interested party to defend the so-called unconstitutionality of NGCDF of 2015, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if they want to organize themselves, if they think that they are being very intelligent, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to warn them, and they better be very warned, from this particular constitutional lawyer, Mr. Speaker, they will not go anywhere. And if you want to sink this NGCDF Act, it will be declared unconstitutional when we will go to court ourselves, who have an interest, Mr. Speaker. The government, national government, does not organize the distribution of its resources at the ward level. That is the function of the county. When you make an unconstitutional amendment and then you come and tell us one constituency will get 164, that is discriminatory. That goes against Article 24 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. It is a very simple thing. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you don't have to go to do masters on this. You need just to go and do constitutional law, which is 101 in first year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I have spoken to the chair of, I have spoken to the CDF CEO, I have spoken to this very good chair who is my neighbor, and I have told him the landmines that he's participating in, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you want to get into a corner in which these members, you know, some 21 constituencies will sink the entire act, Mr. Speaker. It will. Because you cannot bring an amendment that is, you passed it at the tail end on the 2nd of June, 2020. It was passed when everybody had gone on campaigns, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kamketi, you're out of order.
Just leave him alone. He thinks he's going, it's not cattle rustling, Mr. Speaker. And you know, you allowed him to speak about livestock issues on a matter that was concerning maize. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to urge my very good friend, the Honorable Sirma, to take this caution and advice, which is be given gratuitously, and I'm not going to charge anything, to relook at that Section 34 amendment with a view to ensuring that it is not inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. Neither are you converting yourself to become the Senate, Mr. Speaker. That is the reason why when we do allocation of resources, Mr. Speaker, we allocate certain amount to counties. The counties then organize themselves on the basis of wards. You cannot then, as a National Assembly, organize yourself on the basis of wards. There's nobody who represents the ward here. There are no MCAs here, Mr. Speaker. We have only members of parliament.
You've made your point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Wandai.
Mr. Speaker, I've been listening keenly to Honorable Chepkonga, and whereas I agree with him to a large extent, I'm a little bit worried. Because, you know, this House, once it passes law, it remains law until otherwise annulled by court or we amend it here. So the question of whether the law was passed in June 2022 is neither here nor there. But my thinking, Honorable Speaker, now that he has raised the matter, and it's a pertinent matter, by the way, because if you look at it, my constituency is one of those that are going to suffer if this thing is implemented, because I've got only 3 wards, as opposed to others have got 7, 8.
Now, when you start calling this thing,
sorry,
is it based on any law? Because it must be having some foundation on a provision of the law or some regulation that has been passed by this House.
Yes, as I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit worried and concerned without necessarily having the specifics. Because, Mr. Speaker, my take would be, since the matter is already law, as amended by this House, albeit in the 12th Parliament, even if there are no attendant regulations that have since been passed to give effect to that provision, the Speaker, would I be in order to suggest Honorable Chepkonga, if I may suggest to you, through the Speaker, that you take the earliest possible opportunity to bring here a proposal to amend that particular act. Because as we speak, it is law, the Speaker. That's my point. Thank you.
Honorable Sirma. Order, I don't want to invite debate. Honorable Silma, listening to you make your statement, you made no reference to any provision of law. Is your statement founded on any law?
Before the one Honorable Chepkonga talked about,
yes.
But it was amended in this House. The current act in distribution of CDF is based on those parameters I've given, and that is the wards. That is 25%. And the members who are here, the only way is if you want to amend the act, because the first act was based on population, it was based on poverty index, and based on geographical area. So currently, Eseli Simiu moved a motion here and amended the CDF Act to be based on wards. Allocation 75% equal and 25% being based on wards, which before 75% was based was equally and 25% was based on poverty index and population. So it is just the same.
Okay.
And even the wards, Mr. Speaker, the creation of wards is based on population.
I don't want to open debate on this. Honorable Rachel Nyamai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like also to add my voice on this and to say that it is true that the Honorable Chepkonga was not in the House when this matter was debated. And it is important for him to respect that the matter was brought to the floor of the August House and debated. And it has given again to some constituencies. Honorable Speaker, as I speak, I have 300 schools in my constituency. I know the Honorable Chepkonga doesn't have that number. And Honorable Speaker, there are constituencies in this city that have 10 schools, and they are given the same amount of money. So it has brought some fairness. It isn't much that has been added to these constituencies that have more than 6 wards, but it is an addition and it is a gain. And Honorable Speaker, when the Honorable Chepkonga was speaking, he was addressing they. So I do not know why he is trying to divide the honorable members of this House to 2 groups. Honorable Chepkonga, I think, with all due respect to you, Honorable Speaker, I would like to advise that he brings out other parameters that can be used to make it better, instead of bringing a loss to those constituencies that have already gained. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Honorable Speaker.
Ndindi, you will be the very last one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to agree and concur with the other members that Honorable Chepkonga was not here when we debated and passed that particular law. And there is a basis, Mr. Speaker, because above what we do here, equity and equality, or semblance of the two, Mr. Speaker, is very important. This House, Mr. Speaker, as Honorable Chepkonga may want to argue, that we should, as national government, allocate money in terms of wards. Wards also, Mr. Speaker, are based on something. They are based on some parameters. And even if we are actually to amend the law as it was exemplified very well by Honorable Sirma, Mr. Speaker, we'll still go to other parameters like locations or sub-locations, because we need some equity, Mr. Speaker. There are some constituencies here, for example, Mwea, in a homogeneous county in Kirinyaga, the neighboring constituency, Mr. Speaker, has got 3 wards. Mwea has got 8 wards. Mr. Speaker, some members here give bursaries to a tune of 10,000 for day schools. Others could actually, Mr. Speaker, only manage a partly 2,000 for day scholars, Mr. Speaker. Whatever side we may want to pull the blanket, Mr. Speaker, we need some semblance of equity, and I think this formula is towards that direction, Mr. Speaker, so that we have some level, Mr. Speaker, playing ground. And also, on the basis of 75% equal and 25% on the basis of wards. Actually, Mr. Speaker, the feeling of many members would actually prefer that we start from 0, Mr. Speaker, not from 75. And at the very best, Mr. Speaker, start on 50-50. 50% on equal, 50% based on other parameters, because we are here to also represent those other parameters.
Clerk, next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, extension of time for consideration of certain petitions.
Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 256A, on extension of period prescribed, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the public petitions reported on November 15, 2022, from the person specified hereunder, seeking the removal of commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, pursuant to the provisions of Article 251 of the Constitution and Standing Order 230, by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs by a further period of 3 days, with effect from 29th November 2022. 1 petition by the Republican Party, 2 petition by Reverend Dennis Ndwiga Nthumbi, 3 petition by Mr. Geoffrey Langat, and 4 petition by Mr. Owor Steve Jerry. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move this procedural motion on behalf of the Chair of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, who is in sitting. The committee is currently sitting, considering some of these petitions, Honorable Speaker, and he has indicated that it may not be practical to have finalized within the timelines that were set of the 14 days, and therefore seeks an extension by a further 3 days to be able to consider these petitions and conclude the matter before they bring a report before the House. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the Honorable Member for Molo, the Honorable Kuria Kimani, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The committee on the Jailer Committee is listening to the petitions by these various bodies on the removal of the 4 commissioners. And Mr. Speaker, bearing the seriousness of this particular matter and how emotive the issue of elections have been, because, Mr. Speaker, by the end of this hearing, we want to make sure that, 1, we give a fair hearing to the 4 commissioners. We also want to give sufficient time for the witnesses to come and address the committee and brings all the facts on the table. So the issue of these elections stopping our economic development and being a cycle of closing our businesses, closing of our schools can be put to rest for once and for all. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Well done, honorable members. Order, Sirma. Honorable members, I beg to propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 256A1, extension of period prescribed, this House resolved to extend the period for consideration of the public petitions reported on November 15, 2022 from the persons specified hereunder, seeking the removal of commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, pursuant to the provisions of Article 251 of the Constitution, and Standing Order 230 by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs by a further 3 days, with effect from 29th November 2022. Petition by the Republican Party, petition by Reverend Dennis Ndwiga Nthumbi, petition by Mr. Geoffrey Langat, and petition by Mr. Owor Steve Jerry. What the question? Yes or no? I've given you the floor.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I knew because of your distinguished experience, you won't deny me a chance to speak on this very critical matter. In any case, putting a question requires the requisite numbers, Honorable Speaker, which I'm sure the members here know we don't have. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I have a very, very big issue with this motion as crafted. Mr. Speaker, I recall very vividly when you referred these 4 petitions to the JLAC, in your ultimate paragraph of communication, you did give JLAC an opportunity to come back before this House and seek for extension if the time allocated was not enough. Mr. Speaker, I want to report to you that I have had occasion to attend one of the meetings of this very committee. Mr. Speaker, in that very session, in that very meeting that I attended, what I saw was not really encouraging. Mr. Speaker, a number of these persons who are being asked or being petitioned to go home through their legal representatives asked for ample time to prepare their defenses. The committee, through the chair, vehemently opposed those requests. Vehemently. As if there was some hurry, as if the world was coming to an end, Mr. Speaker. And in your ruling, Mr. Speaker, your communication, you are very clear that this committee was at liberty to ask for extensions for however long it takes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must also go on record that because of these and many other reasons, I am very much in order to continue my contribution, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I didn't intend to mean that the Honorable Pio and I is not in order to be making his point, but he is trending on very dangerous grounds, Honorable Speaker, in my view, because he has gone to the extent of now debating not the procedural motion before us, but matters that are before that committee and discussions in that committee as to the requests that were made by particular parties before the committee. And Honorable Speaker, I want to believe that if and when the committee finishes their work, they will have a report to table before the House, and the Honorable Pio and I will have the opportunity to raise some of those issues. But we cannot now use this procedural motion to now debate how the committee that is currently sitting is transacting business.
Mr. Speaker, you know, I've been in this House for as long as Honorable Ichunga has been. 10 good years and counting. And I know what is relevant and what is not relevant and our standing orders. Mr. Speaker, this procedural motion is all about time. It's all about time allocated to the committee to undertake its work. And I am basically addressing the issue of time. I am not delving into the matters, substantive matters before the committee, Mr. Speaker. And I will not. I will not.
Honorable Wandai.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes.
You are very experienced. Now, the motion before us is the committee saying give us 3 days.
Correct.
You would either be supporting the 3 days or opposing the 3 days on the basis of inadequacy or the opposite.
I am laying a basis. I'm laying a basis for my eventual take on this request, Mr. Speaker. And if you give just a few minutes, I will conclude.
You'll get there.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, you know, this is a house of records. This is a serious house that must play by the rules. We can't be seen to be bending rules at every turn, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to go on record that even as we speak, for this and among other reasons, members of JLAC belonging to the minority coalition, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party, have since withdrawn from the proceedings of that committee. That must go on record. It doesn't matter whether, you know, my friend, Honorable, I don't know who it is. Let me not talk about him. Yes. Mr. Speaker, when I attended one of the meetings of this committee, I was reminded, really, of the sad happenings of the 1980s, when there was a special committee of the then ruling party, KANU, the disciplinary committee of KANU, then chaired by the late Okiki Amayo. That was a committee that was convened whenever there was a predetermined objective to achieve. The current JLAC in its current proceedings is reminding us of the KANU disciplinary committee.
Honorable Wandai.
The JLAC has become an Okiki Amayo committee, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Wandai, limit yourself to whether we expand the time or we don't. You are now going into the merits of the conduct of a committee, which is not permissible.
You know, Mr. Speaker,
and I don't want...
with the tremendous possible respect, Mr. Speaker, if I could be allowed to prosecute my matter, as I contribute to this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, my point is this, as I conclude, that this committee should have asked for ample time Because the world is not ending, Mr. Speaker. It should have asked for ample time to enable them, give the respondents adequate time to prepare themselves for their defenses, Mr. Speaker.
Order and
Honorable Speaker, I think you are well informed to guide the Honorable Pio Wandai, because now he has gone to the extent of disparaging the proceedings before the committee in the pretext that is laying grounds on the question of time sought, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me just also point out, Honorable Speaker, because if you are looking for opportunities to play politics, Honorable Speaker, we could also do the same. But we want to restrict ourselves to the business before us on the procedural motion on extension of time. A person who has already offered information that they have since removed themselves from the activities of this committee, Honorable Speaker, then cannot be standing before this House to oppose time in a process where his coalition is not involved. It is in a process, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Speaker, if you ask the Honorable TJ Kajwang to relax, because he's a member of that committee who should be seated in that committee, but does not have the guts and the audacity to sit before committee, but you follow your party leader to walk out of committees of the House. If you are elected members of parliament to articulate issues before committees, you articulate those issues before committees and not to follow your party leader in walking out. You can walk out in the streets, you can walk in anywhere, but not in parliament. Parliament
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable Kajwang. Order, honorable Kajwang. Order, honorable Kajwang. Honorable TJ. This is what we can easily take the House to when we bring on the floor parochial politics. Order, honorable Kajwang. Honorable Kajwang, you are a seasoned, not only lawyer, but parliamentarian. And you are precluded from losing your temper. Order, honorable Kajwang. Order, honorable Kajwang. Honorable Kajwang, order. You are precluded from losing your cool. Remain the lawyer that I know. If a lawyer loses his cool, his client will go to jail. Honorable members, this matter is very simple. Do we extend time? We don't extend time. And that will be determined by a vote. That is what is before the House. What is going on before the committee, order, honorable members, the committee report will come to this House. You will have, in fact, as minority leader, privileged time under the standing orders to debate that report. So just limit yourselves, both you are the majority leader, to the issue of time. The committee has come before you to say, give us 3 extra days. It is you to determine whether you give them the days and by a vote, or you don't. It's as simple as that. Let Wandai finish first before I put the question.
It is good for members to understand that once I'm given a chance to contribute to a motion, I have to finish my contribution. Or otherwise, time has to elapse before I can stop talking.
Just limit yourself to the issue of time.
Mr. Speaker, this is a house of politics. This house is premised on politics. And therefore, even as I contribute to any particular motion, and I'm happy the chairman has now come, the chairman of JLAC and his fellow members are now in the House. Perhaps Hansard will remind him what I said before he came. That even as I oppose this motion vehemently, we cannot allow this House or a committee of this House to transform itself into the 1980s Okiki Amayo Kanu Disciplinary Committee. That is what I wanted to say. And it must go on record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's nobody on the floor, so there can't be a point of order. Order, Honorable Kajwang. Order. There is quorum. There is quorum. Honorable Kajwang, nobody's on the floor, so there can't be a point of order. I give you 1 minute. Say
Mr. Speaker,
what you want to say.
Mr. Speaker, I still feel,
Within the confines
yes,
of the
within the context.
Mr. Speaker, I feel a little bad when majority leader, a man whom in other circumstances we are very we are friendly. Yes, we are permanent friends. But look, when he says and imputes improper motive on me, that I should not be sitting where I am, and the members from Ruaraka sent me to sit where I am.
You have every right to sit where you are.
Yes, can you rule him out of order that I have every right to sit in this seat because Ruaraka people have sent me to sit here?
Okay, to that extent, he's out of order. Order, honorable members. Honorable Kajwang, each member here has a right to sit where they're sitting, including yourself, including the majority leader. So when you have jibes against each other in jest, they should not derail our debate. Honorable members, I get the impression that we should put the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 256A1, extension period prescribed, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the public petitions reported on November 15th, 2022 from the persons specified hereunder seeking the removal of commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, pursuant to the provisions of Article 251 of the Constitution and Standing Order 230, by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs by a further period of 3 days with effect from 29th November 2022. Petition by the Republican Party, petition by Reverend Dennis Ndwiga Ndumbi, petition by Mr. Geoffrey Langat, and a petition by Mr. Owor Steve Jerry. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. As members of the contrary opinion say nay. Obviously, the ayes have it. Next order. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Sessional paper number 1 of 2022 on the National Automotive Policy. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members. Which one, clerk? Honorable members, order, Honorable Kajwang, order. Even in our courts, when the judge stands, the lawyers take their seats. No, but TJ was talking to a man who is not a lawyer, so he's unlikely to understand that. Honorable members, we will now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopt sessional paper number 1 of 2022 on the National Automotive Policy, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, May 25th, 2022. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, resolution to hold a Thursday morning sitting.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33B, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business ahead of the December recess. Honorable Speaker, again, this is just a motion to have a sitting. Members are aware that we usually don't have sittings on Thursday, but considering that Thursday, in line with our calendar, is the last day of sitting, for this session, Honorable Speaker, and bearing in mind that you have just given us a communication on the lifting of the vetting of PSs, Honorable Speaker, we envisage that we should be able to finish some of that priority business to approve PSs, hopefully by Thursday morning, to have the reportable on Thursday, and therefore want to ask members that we do support to have this sitting on Thursday, so that we are able to conclude all business before us by Thursday, end of close of business on Thursday. And members, you remember there are about 51 PSs, so it may take a long time to approve all those names. Already about 22 committees have finished their reports and are ready for tabling, so that process may take quite a bit of time, and the afternoon session may not be enough. With that, I want to ask the Honorable Joses to second.
Yes, member for Mgwen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On that issue, because it's of importance to the nation, I second.
There being no interest in debating this. Oh, sorry, members. I propose the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33B, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, December 1, 2022, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business ahead of the December recess. I'll give Mandy and one other, then we put the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, we would not have a problem with procedural motions like this. We would support extra sittings. But, Mr. Speaker, when you call for an extra sitting, the leader of majority should give us the business that should be transacted on that particular sitting. And, Mr. Speaker, what I've heard from the majority leader is an anticipatory motion, something that has not even been concluded by committees, Mr. Speaker. How sure are we that committees are going to conclude the vetting of PSS to be able to agree on a sitting on Thursday morning? We have previously held special sittings. So, Mr. Speaker, for us not to appear like a house that rubber stamps what the executive has sent, let us give the committees time to finish their work, and if majority leader feels that we are pressed of time, there can be a special sitting. These members are ready to come. In fact, we have held meetings here before, Mr. Speaker, on days that I would call ungodly. 24th of December, Mr. Speaker. 18th of December 2014, we were called back here to hold a special sitting to approve security laws amendment bill. And, Mr. Speaker, that is not a day you can forget. It was a very bad day, Mr. Speaker.
Indeed, that's the day you assaulted me.
Yes. That's the day I actually saved you, Mr. Speaker, from being assaulted. Actually, I came to Speaker's rescue when he was being assaulted.
You saved me from being
I
assaulted.
actually literally saved the Speaker from being thrown
Kuna.
down. Today, we would not be having our Speaker here.
Yes.
And, Mr. You are not informing me. Everything you are saying, I know. Actually, even the amendments to the Political Parties Act, the elections laws, we did in December, ungodly days. So we can still come back here, Mr. Speaker, and approve PSS. We know this country needs to move forward. We need to have PSS in office as the accounting officers, new ones. What is this out of order? You know, the money sugar, you just want to.
Yes.
You know, Honorable Speaker, we must be careful the words we use, because the Honorable body has thrice used the word ungodly days. And I don't know what days are ungodly, but Honorable Speaker, maybe also just to mention that it is precisely the reason why we want this godly day of Thursday morning to have a sitting. So to avoid the temptation of using the ungodly days as you describe them, but maybe just for information to the members of the public, there is no day that is ungodly.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, my usage of the word is very deliberate. There are still many what I consider godly days beyond Thursday, which you can still use. But the ungodly days, when you interfere with the work of God, you are behaving ungodly. I know you are not a very good Christian, so I'm trying to educate you. When anything you do that is not furthering the interest of being a Christian is ungodly. So if you are coming here just a few hours before Jesus is born and you are forcing people to work, you are behaving ungodly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to oppose this motion.
Honorable Kajwang. Honorable Kajwang. TJ.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, ordinarily,
this kind of motions should not receive a lot of loud opposition. But the point I think we are pursuing here is that this is a house of record and procedure and decorum. A question of disclosure is very important to members so that we debate from a point of knowledge and from the point that no member moving a motion will keep certain material facts away from members who would wish to vote one way or the other in a motion before them. The Speaker, serving here, I think you are the octogenarian of this House. I'm sure you are serving your 6th term, so to speak. And you are a veteran in these matters. Going back to your legal practice, again, you are the octogenarian. I see a lot of lawyers in the House, but you are the senior-most lawyer, as I know, in this House. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you would wish that your legacy is remembered that you did business which conformed to the law of the House and the Constitution. A matter such as this is very noble, but it is important that the majority leader who has moved this motion discloses the kind of motions instead of anticipating debate. Again, something which goes against the standing orders. I listened to the member who seconded the motion. All he said was that because this is a very important issue, it should be supported. I think this is also the learning curve that some of distinguished members who are coming for the first time would wish to know what are some of the ingredients of what a member would propose. You know, this issue of point of orders nowadays, I don't understand. Everything is point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know,
even when nothing is out of order.
You know, the Honorable TJ Kajwang is my very good friend, and he knows I have a lot of respect for him. So you should not get angry with me for rising on a point of order. Just to let you know, Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable TJ Kajwang to have missed the House Business Committee in which we discussed some of these issues? If in fact, if he was in the House Business Committee, he would have known the urgent matters that are likely to come on that Thursday morning. In fact, he would not be belaboring this point. In fact, Mr. Speaker, he would have supported it. In fact, I can see he's belaboring this point under some, I don't want to say delusion, Mr. Speaker, under some strange lack of information. And I just want to appeal to him that we discuss, you know, of course, when I sit there on the TJ Kajwang, you know, and we were good members of the JLAC. And you know, we don't intend to mislead you in any way. We actually have serious business on Thursday. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, my learned friend, I long for the days we served in JLAC. Unfortunately, this is not what I am seeing happening. But he knows very well that I am quite in order, that those are committees. House business is just a committee, like a members committee. And the fact that a member did not attend a meeting does not preclude one from making the remarks in this House. Mr. Speaker, my point has been made, really.
Yes, yeah.
My point is this, that could the member, we want to vote, and we want to support this. Is it possible that the member would be given more time, the majority leader, to inform the House of details of this information so that we vote by conscience, we vote by information? I think that, Mr. Speaker, you would wish that when we read the Hansard, you would have presided over a House that keeps law and procedure. Thank you.
I see no further interest. Let me put the question, which is that pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 33B, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, December 1, 2022, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business ahead of the December recess. As members of that opinion say aye. As members of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order. Next order.
Order number 11, the County Government's Additional Allocations Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2022, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the additional allocations to county governments for the 2022-2023 financial year, the responsibilities of national government and county governments pursuant to such allocation and for connected purposes. Order number 12, motion, consideration of the Public Finance Management Financial Inclusion Fund Regulations 2022.
Chair, delegated.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Financial Inclusion Fund Regulations 2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 29, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24, subsection 4 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, approves the Public Finance Management Financial Inclusion Fund Regulation 2022, published as legal notice number 213 of 23rd November 2022. Madam, oh, there has been a change of chairs. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, these are very important regulation, as you may be aware, that this government made a deliberate pronouncement that it intends to support those at the bottom of the pyramid, Madam Speaker, the so-called the bottom up, those who are called the hustlers. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, you know, the word hustler has not been properly interpreted or given translation in the English dictionary. So what these financial regulations have used is inclusiveness. And the objectives of these regulations, Madam Speaker, is to ensure innovation, development, and deployment of the bottom of the pyramid financial services and products that are affordable, accessible, and appropriate for the unserved and underserved persons, Madam Speaker. This would be done through credits, savings, insurance, and investment products that will promote inclusion through expanding access to credit by persons in the medium and small enterprises, Madam Speaker, and also to promote market intervention to improve supply of affordable credit to micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, including credit worthiness-based lending and risk pricing, business and financial management skills, and cost of doing business. Madam Speaker, the committee had the occasion to have a sitting with the Minister for Cooperatives and Medium and Small Enterprises on Thursday, when we participated in considering the draft regulations that had been forwarded to Parliament. Madam Speaker, this was a very comprehensive process in which we were taken through the process in which these particular regulations were developed. The regulations were developed through public participation, in which the ministries of Finance and Ministry of Cooperatives conducted public participation right across this country. And it brought together persons in government, persons in the MSMEs. It brought together the governors, the CECs in the county governments, government officials at national and county level. It brought together borders, housing, dairy, cotton, and handicraft, coffee, matatu transporters, SACCOs, cooperatives, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, officials from the marketing management committees and county trade staff, community-based organization, the so-called CBOs, civil society, and faith-based organization. All the key stakeholders, Madam Speaker, were consulted through physical meetings and submission of memoranda in compliance with the Statutory Instruments Act of 2021. Madam Speaker, as a result of those consultations that we held in considering the draft regulations that were forwarded to the committee, we made very serious amendments to those regulations that included, Madam Speaker, the process of removal of those officials that have been appointed, that will be appointed pursuant to this regulation. The other one, Madam Speaker, that we asked them to include were the products that they intend to roll out with regard to these regulations. They had told us that products are not included because they wanted to maintain some flexibility. We told them that according to the Statutory Instruments Act, it has to be clear, it should not require a lot of elucidation, and so we told them that those products must all be provided in the regulations. And we're happy to note, Madam Speaker, that all the comments that were made by the committee members at the meeting that was held on the 24th of November at Hilton Hotel in Machakos were all considered, Madam Speaker. And as a result of that, these regulations were published on Monday, yesterday, and forwarded to this committee, forwarded to the Committee on Delegation, Madam Speaker. We considered these regulations today, went through, checked whether those amendments were made, and we are satisfied that the amendments were carried and they were all included in the regulations, and it complies with the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013 and also the Public Finance Management Act of 2015, as well as the Constitution. Madam Speaker, the authority to make this regulation is granted pursuant to the Public Finance Management Act of 2013 that stipulates that the minister shall make regulations to provide for good financial management of anything that exceeds 10 million shillings that is provided as a regulation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have had so many things that have been said about the ASLA fund. It has been said that it's going to attract a single-digit interest. It is true, Madam Speaker, and we were informed that the reason why it is a single-digit is to ensure that we provide for administrative costs for those people who will be managing the funds that will be allocated to this particular fund, Madam Speaker. And we were told that, and which we agree, that if we do not provide for interest to be charged on what is going to be lent, it's a small amount, Madam Speaker, it's about 8%, that will be shared between all the actors who will be managing this fund. And we have very many banks who will be participating in giving out these monies, and it is just purely to cover their cost of providing this service, and also to pay for employees who will be employed by the fund. We were informed, Madam Speaker, that if we don't provide so, it means that the cost will eat into the capital, and it will therefore reduce the amount of the money that has been allocated into this fund. And what that means, Madam Speaker, is that it will then reduce the capital, and over time, it may even disappear because of the cost overrun in that particular fund. And also, the money will not be available for other Kenyans to borrow. The intention is to safeguard the funds that have been allocated to these funds to ensure that other Kenyans who have not borrowed, and those Kenyans who have borrowed, they refund the money, and others are able to benefit, Madam Speaker. And so, the regulations are fairly straightforward. It is beneficial to our members in our constituency, and many Kenyans are looking forward to borrowing this money, particularly the Mamambogas, the borders that are in Honorable Junet's constituency, who are borrowing from 500 shillings to 50,000 shillings. This will be the first phase. The second phase, Madam Speaker, we are informed of to roll out the second phase of between 250,000 and 250,000 will be done in the month of February, and the new regulations would be brought to cover that particular fund. So this is intended to give the lower stratum of the society, the so-called bottom-up, Madam Speaker. These are people who are buying vegetables from the market, they go and sell, instead of borrowing money, which they do at the moment, where they borrow 100 shillings or 1,000 shillings, and at the end of the day, they must pay back with 100 shillings. So what that means, Madam Speaker, is that they are paying 100% interest on the money that they are borrowed of 1,000. And so this fund, it is 8% interest over a period of 1 year. So if you divide by 365, it will be 0.001. That will be the cost. That will be the cost. In fact, Honorable Junet is very happy that that is going to be the cost of running that fund. And so, Madam Speaker, I'd like to assure you that, and assure this House, that the regulations are very consistent with the Substantive Act, the Constitution, and on behalf of the members of the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation, and pursuant to Standing Order 210-4B, it is my pleasure and duty to present to the House the committee's report on the consideration of the Public Finance Management Financial Inclusion Fund Regulation 2022 legal notice number 213 of 2022. I therefore move, Madam Speaker, and I would like to request the Majority Leader, without being interfered by the Honorable Kamket, who should come and sit next to me, I can continue the discussion from there. The Honorable Speaker, I would like to call upon the Majority Leader to second.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I rise to second these regulations, Honorable Speaker, and take this opportunity to thank the committee under the able leadership of the Honorable Chepkonga on the consideration of these regulations, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are seeking approval of these regulations, Honorable Speaker, to address one of the issues that, Honorable Speaker, have made our economy almost grind to a halt: access to credit. And Honorable Speaker, these regulations are not just talking about access to credit, but they are speaking to inclusion of segments of our population and our economy who are left out of the credit system in this country, Honorable Speaker, and especially the unwaged population, Honorable Speaker, who cannot access credit. And those are the people the chair has referred to, the mamambogas, the border kiosk owners, and all manner of entrepreneurs, including, Honorable Speaker, people who are jobless, people who organize themselves in chamas and merry-go-rounds, Honorable Speaker, and basically have no access to any manner of formal credit. And the only credit that you could access to, Honorable Speaker, is when you either Fuliza or M-Shwari on your phone and pay very exorbitant interest rates, Honorable Speaker. And it is indeed true, Honorable Speaker, that looking at the regulations provide for an interest. And it is important, Honorable Speaker, because a lot of naysayers have spoken to the issue of interest. And Honorable Speaker, many of the people who have spoken to the question of interest are people who never interrogated or engaged with the Kenya Kwanza team as the Kenya Kwanza team engaged with Kenyans across the country. In almost all the 47 counties, I think it's only 3 counties that we are not able to physically attend economic forum meetings where we engage with mamambogas, we engage with people who are not able to access credit. And you could listen to harrowing stories of how people are accessing credit from Shylocks, from the mobile money transfer companies that were offering credit at very exorbitant rates, Honorable Speaker. And people will tell you, Honorable Speaker, that they're accessing credit that they are paying up to 3,000% per annum. And because of desperation, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans had no choice but to access that expensive credit, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, this Financial Inclusion Fund, Honorable Speaker, comes to address some of those issues that Kenyans spoke to us as we sought their votes last time. And I was saying, Honorable Speaker, many of the naysayers never even bothered to read the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto. And you will hear many of them loudly say that they promised no interest. They promised a hustler fund. This is a hustler fund. This Financial Inclusion Fund is a hustler fund. When we said access to affordable credit, it never meant no interest or no management fee. And therefore, I want to speak to the naysayers, because I know some of them could also be listening to me. Some of them could also be in this house, Honorable Speaker, to tell them to please
Honorable Millie,
just take their time.
Heard in silence.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for protecting me from the Honorable Millie. I know she may not have read the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto. And maybe when I say some of the naysayers could be seated here and listening to me, maybe I was right. And I want to invite them to interrogate and to read our Kenya Kwanza Manifesto and see that indeed we spoke to the issue of access to credit and affordable credit. And that affordable credit is what now is being offered to the people of Kenya through this Financial Inclusion Fund. At an interest rate, Honorable Speaker, if you look at Regulation 22, it provides for a rate of interest or administrative fee that is payable by a maximum rate of 8% per annum. It is 8% per year. You borrow 100,000 shillings, you only pay 8,000 shillings for the year. So, Honorable Junet, if your calculator is near you, you can calculate how much that is, because I had you doubt when the chair spoke of 0.000 something per day. But Kenyans have been paying not an interest rate of 8% per annum, they have been paying an interest rate of 10% per day, and they have been accessing credit at that rate. We are therefore giving an opportunity to residents of Suna East, residents of Suba North and Suba South, residents of Kikuyu, residents of Emuhaya, and all Kenyans, including Tiati, who are very good people rearing livestock, to be able to access credit at a very affordable rate, Honorable Speaker, and more so even to give our financial institutions, many of our financial institutions that are not formal, Honorable Speaker, like the merry-go-rounds, the chamas, Honorable Speaker, are getting an opportunity now to, in a very formal way, get included in a financial fund that will allow them have access to funds that they can then on-lend, including our SACCOs, Honorable Speaker, on-lend to members of the public and be able to take our economy, as we said, from the bottom up. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, these regulations, as the chair has pointed out, have been taken through public participation. I must commend the National Treasury. For once, the National Treasury did go out of their way, other than doing the normal public participation they do at KICC. This time round, they took these regulations to many of our counties and listened to people. And I must take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to commend the National Treasury for having appreciated the role that public plays in engaging with them, because it is out of the engagement with the members of the public and institutions that they are able to polish up some of these regulations and even do better than had envisaged, Honorable Speaker, as they formulated these policies. Honorable Speaker, the regulations also provide for a matching concept, Honorable Speaker, to this fund, that a financial institution like a bank that could have funds, or probably even a non-government organization that, because there are NGOs that advance credit, and if you have funds that you can match to this fund, you get part of this fund and match. But there is a right, Honorable Speaker, that the interest that you charge must be lower than that is being offered by the fund. And that, Honorable Speaker, gives an opportunity for people to be able to access credit at even cheaper rates. And I'm glad, Honorable Speaker, because a number of our development partners have expressed interest to also provide funds to supplement what government will be able to do and what other donors will give to ensure that we financially include all our people. Honorable Speaker, part of the reason why our economy is where it is today is because people have no access to credit, and when they access credit, it is very expensive credit that then makes their businesses make no sense, and within a very short time, businesses collapse. Honorable Speaker, let me speak to the Hustler Nation and tell them that the Hustler Fund that we have been waiting for is here. Honorable Speaker, upon approval of these regulations, Honorable Speaker, we also encourage Kenyans through this fund. The fund is not just about advancing credit. The fund has components that includes loans, it includes pension, retirement benefits for the people who are involved in this scheme. It has a health insurance benefit and also a savings element, Honorable Speaker, that at least out of the amount of money that you get, 95% could go to your loan, but at least 5% of the money you get goes into your savings. And Honorable Speaker, I think even when His Excellency the President opened this session of Parliament, during the state opening of Parliament, he did in a great way speak to the issue of developing a culture of savings. And I must commend the National Treasury, since as they formulated these regulations, they have incorporated the element of savings. Because, Honorable Speaker, we cannot invest unless we save. If we live with a country where people just borrow without saving, it means perpetually they will be borrowing. But where people borrow and save, Honorable Speaker, it is said in economics, Honorable Speaker, and those of us who are students of economics, that indeed investments are a function of savings. And a nation that is saving, a nation that is increasing its savings, is a nation that is moving in the right direction. Therefore, we are not just moving this nation in the right direction and ensuring that people are saving for investments in future, and even for national investments, Honorable Speaker. We are also encouraging Kenyans to get access to cheap and affordable credit. We are also encouraging Kenyans to save for their future use in terms of retirement benefits and pension schemes, Honorable Speaker, besides health insurance benefits that will come with this fund, Honorable Speaker, as part of the products that come with this fund. Therefore, it's not just a fund that is as simple as many naysayers again would want to speak to, that this was just a fund for hustlers. This is a fund for financial inclusion of all Kenyans. Whether you regard yourself as a hustler, whether you regard yourself as anything else other than a hustler, Honorable Speaker, this is a fund that speaks to you, because it speaks to your savings, it speaks to your retirement benefits, it speaks to health cover benefits, Honorable Speaker, and also access to credit, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the magic or the silver lining and the magic card that we need to uplift our economy from where it was left by the last regime, Honorable Speaker, is to actualize this hustler fund to be able to give money to people who are entrepreneurs, people who will be able to, in future, Honorable Speaker, and very soon, become taxpayers, expand our tax bracket, Honorable Speaker, and be able to do what the Honorable Kibaki taught us, to jitegemea, when he said that kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea. Honorable Speaker, the surest way to end the cycle of borrowing by government is to ensure that we make sure that all our people have access to funds that are affordable to them, funds that they can borrow, utilize for business, make profits, and pay taxes out of those profits. And those taxes then will be able to offer the same services, goods and services that we envisage to get from our government, Honorable Speaker. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second this motion and ask members to support the passage of these regulations, because they are indeed critical for our economy and the financial inclusion of those who have been excluded in the past. There are those, Honorable Speaker, who believed that financial inclusion should only be for those with means. It is our contention, Honorable Speaker, that everybody has the capacity to model himself or herself into an entrepreneur, including not just mama mbogas, even our house managers at home, our mothers, our sisters, who, and even some fathers and brothers who are unemployed, but they come together in chamas and merry-go-rounds in our constituencies. They are fishermen who fish and market their fish collectively by the shores of lakes and rivers where they are fishing, and they form simple chamas and lend each other money, Honorable Speaker, and we are telling them that now they have an opportunity to be included in a formal fund where they will be able to access formal credit and in a manner that they will not be asked for a logbook, a title deed, or any manner of security. Very soon, Honorable Speaker, we'll be graduating many of our young entrepreneurs and young hustlers into seasoned entrepreneurs who can then access even large amounts of money in the banking sector. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Very well. Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Financial Inclusion Fund Regulations 2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 29, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(4) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, approves the Public Finance Management Financial Inclusion Fund Regulations 2022, published as legal notice number 213 of 23rd November 2022. Honorable members, there is a lot of interest in this, and I will give the first opportunity to the Minority Whip, the Honorable Junet Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to these regulations, the approval of this. Honorable Speaker, first I stand to oppose the approval of these regulations. Madam Speaker, the more things change, the more they remain the same. Madam Speaker, in 2013, we were in this parliament when the Jubilee regime came to power. And they brought here a fund called Uwezo Fund, Madam Speaker. And we passed the regulations here. Madam Speaker, if you go to the website of that Uwezo Fund, it even uses the words of bottom-up fund. It is fund meant for bottom-up purposes. Madam Speaker, that fund was taken to the constituencies, and that fund was interest-free. Kenyans were supposed to start their businesses using that Uwezo Fund, and they were told, just repay the principal amount. There is no loan, there is no interest that you will pay on top of it. Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, 8 billion shillings was appropriated. I don't know how much. I'm told less than 4 million shillings have been returned back, have been repaid back. Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, if Kenyans are unable to pay back monies that they have been given to do business, and they could not return it back because of interest, how will they repay back loans, Madam Speaker, with 8% interest? Madam Speaker, let's be honest to each other. What this Kenya Kwanza regime is doing, they are just creating another Fuliza, government Fuliza fund. The same Fuliza that Kenyans have suffered under. You will see very soon that Kenyans will receive money in their telephones, 20,000, 30,000 from Hustler Fund. You will see Kenyans now changing again phones because of government Fuliza now. Before it was bank Fuliza, now it's government Fuliza now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, how can we allow this to happen? Secondly, with the rate of inflation that you are seeing in this country today, almost double digit, with the economic crisis in the world, Madam Honorable Speaker, and you are talking here about financial inclusion, then you are saying the highest amount somebody can borrow from the Hustler Fund is 50,000 shillings. Madam Speaker, what business can you do with 50,000 today? One crate of Mamamboga's, this thing is called what? Tomatoes, is almost over 10,000 shillings, Madam Speaker. Border people, Madam Speaker, give me time to say they have their say, Madam Speaker. I know they have very light skin for criticism, but I want to tell them this fraud called Hustler, we will not allow it in Parliament, Madam Speaker. This Hustler fraud, this is not Hustler Fund, this Hustler fraud.
Honorable Junet, I'll give you a chance to complete your debate, but I would like to give a chance to to the chair, no, your time is not over. The Honorable Chair for delegated legislation, what is out of order?
Yeah, is it in order, Madam? I rise pursuant to Standing Order 1, and in particular the one that deals with accuracy of information. Madam Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Junet to allege that these regulations are fraudulent when he knows that the regulations have been made consistent with the Public Finance Management Act and the Constitution itself? So, and these are laws that have been passed in this House, Madam Speaker. When you claim that it is fraud to give money, which is so much, I was in my constituency over the weekend, Madam Speaker, and I met a lady. I had gone for a funeral fundraising, and I met a lady who told me our M-Pesa
Without
float,
going to the
our
explanation,
M-Pesa float
just
is
tell me
50,000.
what is out
and
of
that she
order,
was
Honorable
making
Chepkonga. The Honorable Junet, you may proceed with debate.
Honorable Speaker, the chair, whom I respect so much, had his time for moving his motion on the regulations. So he just feeling he wants to have another bite because of the issues I'm raising. Unfortunately, you have just finished your time. So, Chair, and the majority
Honorable
leader...
Junet, just proceed, because
Madam Chair,
that was just a point of argument. So please proceed.
Chair, the issue I'm raising is that we are discussing here issues of financial inclusion, Madam Chair. This fund that is being proposed through these regulations, Madam Chair, cannot...
What is out of order, Honorable?
Cannot have financial... cannot do even an...
I will disturb you again, Honorable Junet, because I have a point of order from the Leader of Majority. What is out of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I also rise on Standing Order 81, because Honorable Chair, the Honorable Junet seems irritated on interruptions, but I want to encourage him, if he not to invite interruptions, Honorable Speaker, because on statement of fact, the regulations, Honorable Speaker, that we are debating, the Honorable Junet just got a copy of the committee's report from the desk here. And I am certain he might not have read, because had he read, I would really prevail on him to point out to the country, because you are addressing the country. When you say that this fund is limited to a maximum of 50,000 shillings, which is not factual and is not true. And Honorable Speaker, now, Honorable Speaker, you can hear what the Honorable Junet is saying. He is alluding to people. We are discussing what is before the House, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, there is nothing in the regulations that limit this financial inclusion fund to 50,000 shillings. And Honorable Speaker, the product, when launched, Kenyans should be patient, and the Honorable Junet should also be patient enough to wait for all the products to be launched, Honorable Speaker, because you'll be able to borrow from as little as you can up to the maximum you're able to repay.
Honorable Majority Leader, you've made your point. But I would like to say that you made reference to Standing Order number 81, and I would like to read it for record. No member shall speak to any question after the same has been put by the Speaker. So I think you made a mistake on the Standing Order, and for that reason, the Honorable Junet proceeds, and I'm not going to interrupt you again.
Madam Honorable Speaker.
I believe that you are misled by the Honorable Chepkonga.
Honorable Speaker. No,
the Honorable Junet proceeds with the debate.
The ones who are disrupting.
You proceed with debate, and you are not going to be disturbed.
Madam Chair,
just proceed.
Honorable Chair, it is for a fact, and it's the public domain, that none other than the Deputy President, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, said that this fund maximum is 50,000 shillings. It's on record. And he said much of this money will go to women, not even men. But anyway, Madam Speaker, the question I'm asking is, if you were to help, for example, the border people in this country, one border today is costing 120,000 shillings in the shops that sell borders. And you want to give a border guy 50,000 shillings only. Where is he going to get the border from? How are you going to remove him from the poverty that you said you will remove him from? Because if he's paying the 50,000 you are giving him, with interest, and he has a loan there, and then he has to look for another 70,000 shillings to buy the border, and then he has to borrow also 70,000 from somewhere and pay with it interest. This is making lives of the hustlers even more difficult than the way they found it, Madam Speaker, before elections. Madam Speaker, we have so many funds in this country. We have the youth fund, we have the women fund, we have the GAV fund, we have CDF fund, we have WESO fund. What is the point of creating a fund just in the name of your campaign slogan, in the name of hustle, when you know very well that the youth fund is there to help the youth, the WESO fund is there to help business people, the women fund is there. Why don't you strengthen those funds? Why can't you put more money in those funds and make them interest-free, Madam Speaker? Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as the minority, we will not accept Kenyans to be hoodwinked. We will not accept Kenyans to be lied to. I want to tell Kenyans from the floor of this House that that fund is not going to change their lives. I can guarantee you, because how can you get a loan with interest of 8%, Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, and you are a hustler? Will you be paying the interest or will you be paying the principal? They were told during the campaigns that we are going to put 50 billion shillings in the budget that is going to help, going to change their lives, and they're going to be given for free. It's on record, Madam Speaker. That is the money that the hustlers were expecting. That is the money that the hustlers were waiting for until things changed. Madam Speaker, this is a classical example of how politicians lie to Kenyans. They tell you all manner of things. Me, the only money that I was sure that will not be Kenyans will not be lied to is the 6,000 shillings Baba promised to every Kenyan. That one I was sure, because 6,000 is affordable. Every family will have gotten their 6,000. But this one, Madam Speaker, of telling you that we are going to give you money to do business, to change your life, to make things better for you, and then you turn around and you say, no, it's a loan. You must pay back with interest of 8%. There are cooperative societies that are lending at 8% in this country today, even lower than that. Why should I go to Hustler Fund? And then they said there are penalties. If you default in paying this loan, there are penalties, there are punishments, your things will be sold, your sofrias will be collected from your house, your mattresses will be auctioned, your beds will be auctioned, Madam Speaker. Do you want to put Kenyans in that kind of situation, Madam Speaker? That's what loan means. If you default in a loan, that means everything you own will be auctioned, Madam Speaker. It's a fact. Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, why do you want to auction Kenyans, Madam Speaker? Why don't you give Kenyans even a loan, a fund that has an interest of even 1% if you're serious about helping Kenyans? Why can't you make the interest 1% if you want to change the lives of Kenyans, Madam Speaker? Why 8%? In the first place, Kenyans were expecting free money. They were expecting monies that they can be used, that they can be given so that they can improve their lives. But now we have decided to say it's money that's supposed to be repaid with interest. Why can't you reduce the interest to 1% then if you're serious about helping Kenyans? Madam Speaker, this one is one of the things that is going to finish Kenya Kwanza before even 2027. This is one of the biggest fraud that is happening in our country, Madam Speaker. This is a hustler fraud now. This is not hustler fund. The name is hustler fraud. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I oppose the regulations, and Kenyans must be told the truth before they vote for you. This is the biggest con game that has ever happened after the election.
Honorable members, we proceed. I'll have one person from the left and one from the right. And now we have a chance for the Honorable Ruku, who is a member from Mbeere North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is important to notify you, Madam Speaker, that I'm a member of the Delegated Committee, Registration Committee, and these regulations, I'm a member of the Delegated Registration Committee of this House. And these regulations, Madam Speaker, were brought to this to our committee by the relevant government department or the ministry, and we discussed and interrogated this regulation in a very serious manner. And Madam Speaker, if there is something which has been designed to take care of the bottom of the pyramid, if you look at the WESO fund, if you look at youth fund, and other funds available targeted by the government, are formed in a very elitist manner. It is only these regulations which are considering. And the feasibility studies were done, Madam Speaker.
What is out of order, the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe,
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
member for Nabakolo?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 83. Just to ask maybe to find out, is the member in order? I seek that he takes his position. Is the member in order, Honorable Speaker, to refer to a committee called Committee on Delegated Registration, which when I check in the order book, I've not been able to find out in which is the establishing standing order. Am I in order, Honorable Speaker, that he informs me if it exists in this House, Honorable Speaker?
We'll give some leeway to the new members of parliament. I believe that the Honorable Ruku meant delegated legislation. So you may proceed, Honorable Ruku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your defense. I was saying, Madam Speaker, that the only fund which is not elitist is this fund we are trying to table on this House to be considered. Why am I saying this, Madam Speaker? The feasibility studies which have been conducted before proposed regulations outline clearly that over 5 million Kenyans are the one who every single day they seek between 500 shillings to 50,000. What Honorable Junet is talking about, members of people in our villages, in our different constituencies, want to get loan for more than 50,000 Kenyan shilling, those are not within the category of the bottom of the pyramid. This category, which is about five or more million Kenyans, have been found themselves in very shaky, very intertwined manner in Shyrock and in other loans which they cannot be able to repay. And this fund, Madam Speaker, is coming to save, to take care of these people who their problem is 500 bob, is 1,000 Kenyan shilling, is 200, is 2,000, up to 50,000 Kenyan shilling. The management of the fund, Madam Speaker, if you look at the regulation, it is well classified, it is well detailed, that you have a CEO who will run the fund on a day-to-day basis, with a board of management, or the board of governors, or the board of trustees, who will be taking care of the management of the fund. And it is well stated in the regulation how these members of the board will be nominated and how they are supposed to manage this fund. Therefore, Madam Speaker, we can, as a committee, we can state and we can assure Kenyans that their money will not be lost, because there is even an aspect of saving, Madam Speaker. For every shilling you borrow and you save, the government of Kenya will earn 2 more shillings. That says, Madam Speaker, that it will come a point when you not need to borrow more money for you to conduct your business. And it is stated in regulation. Honorable Angwe needs to go through the regulations thoroughly, and you'll be able to see the regulation. So, Madam Speaker, I support these regulations. I support these regulations for the ASRAS fund.
What is out of order, Honorable Junet?
Honorable Speaker, I rise on a point of order that, is it in order to insinuate that for every shilling you borrow from Hustler Fund, on an interest of 8%, that the government will contribute to your savings 2 shillings? Madam Chair, when the government itself is lending you at 8%, they're not giving you free money. Why can they give you then free money if they are able to give you 2 shillings for you to save? Madam Speaker, these are the kind of lies that we don't want to be allowed in this country.
made your point, but I would like to ask the Honorable Ruku, is that truthful? Now, I have given a point of order to the Honorable Junet, and he has raised an issue about truthfulness within the regulation. And I would like to ask whether the Honorable Ruku, would you like to withdraw, or it is in the regulation?
Madam Speaker, if you borrow 500 shilling, there is a percentage which you receive. Out of that percentage you receive, the government will earn 2 shilling. If it is 1 shilling, you have saved. That is factual, Madam Speaker.
Proceed with your debate.
Therefore, what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is that we don't have any other fund in the Republic of Kenya which has such element as envisaged by these regulations. And these regulations are here so that we can have a fund which is taking care of the bottom of the pyramid, which is taking care of the hustlers in a manner that has not been done in the past. And that is why, Madam Speaker, we are confident that the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, in coming up with this regulation, it is for the interest of the very poor in our constituencies across this country. Madam Speaker, I support these regulations.
Very well, member for Mbeere North. Mbeere North. The next opportunity, honorable members, goes to the member for Mwingi Central, the Honorable Gideon Mulungi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to oppose vehemently these regulations on the following basis. Number one, when Kenya Kwanza was moving around traversing the country during the campaign period, they promised Kenyans many things, amongst them the Asola Fund. And they promised these things to be delivered within the first 100 days, most of them. And the Asola Fund, even if you took clips during the campaign trail, was to be interest-free. And Madam Speaker, you know Kenya Kwanza got used to moving around and dishing out money to hustlers. And the expectations after elections was that the same money that was being dished out during the campaign period will continue to be dished out, and even much more from government after the elections. But now the hustlers have turned around. They have changed their mind. They have discovered that what they promised is not practical. And they are now putting interest on the money that they promised to give hustlers for free. Madam Speaker, there are many other things apart from this hustler fund which they promised. They promised food security. We know people out there are dying of hunger. Especially in my constituency, I've lost 4 people out of hunger. And that food, the only food that I received in my constituency was 450 kilogram banks of rice for a population of over 500 persons, which is a drop in the ocean. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I therefore think that Kenyans are being taken for a ride by the Kenya Kwanza government by these regulations which have been tabled here. Because as my leader here, the minority leaders, said very clearly that there are so many funds out there which have been devolved by the previous administrations. Kibaki himself introduced a Weso Fund, which was interest-free. And even to date, although somebody has said from the other side that the fund has collapsed, it is still there. It is, oh yes, Uhuru Kenyatta introduced that. And of course, President Kibaki introduced CNDF. All these funds are there. Jubilee also came and introduced GAF. It is there. And it is free. It's free money. Women here, women reps here, county women reps, they give this money, they buy things for women and the youth for free. They don't pay back. They buy umbrellas. They buy border borders. For free. They don't pay back. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I think we are being taken for a ride because Kenya Kwanza have now come to reality. They have seen the reality of the economy of Kenya, and they have discovered that what they promised is completely not practical. And therefore, they are introducing these regulations with interest so that they can collect money and from hustlers. In my view, what I think these people should be doing is continuing giving money the way they were giving during the campaigns. Give Mama Mboga their money. Give Boda Boda their money the way they were giving. Continue giving it. And not refundable, because Mama Mboga, how does she refund the money? Mama Mboga, Nimban, they put their ware beside the road. They don't even have a shop. So where they don't even have a bank account. So how will you pay? How will you pay back? They live hand to mouth. Whatever they collect that day, they go and buy food for their children. The balance, they pay school fees. The rest, they come to us. We give them CDF bursaries. Therefore, they should continue doing that. And in my view, instead of wasting time tabling regulations here, putting people at risk, because when you put a law in Parliament, it's like you are now giving notice that you are going to arrest these people, because this will become law. So I'm passing a message to the hustlers down there that you will go to jail if you receive this money, because you will not pay. You will not be able to pay. And therefore, be careful. Be warned in advance. Be warned in advance. Don't take this money. And therefore, Madam Speaker, what I expect Kenya Kwanza to be doing is to reduce taxation. Reduce tax from 16% to 10% if you care about the hustlers. Remove tax on motorcycles.
The Honorable Mulyungi, I have a point of order from the Honorable Miruka Afa, member for Bomachage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What is out of order, Honorable Member?
Is the member in order to mislead the Kenyans that if they borrow the hustlers fund, they will be jailed? Number two, is the member in order to mislead the Kenyans that Mama Mboga, there in the village, should be having a bank account for him to access hustlers fund? That's not the case. For you to access hustlers fund, you need a telephone number and an ID number. That's my point of order.
Well, it is very, he made it very humorous. His debate was very humorous, but I want to say this. The Honorable Mulyungi is in order to debate this motion the way he feels like, because I believe from the way he's debating, he must have read the motion. Honorable members, let us do this. Let us be patient. We give each side of the divide enough time to debate. But if you have a point of order, I'll for sure give you. But what I'll say about your point of order, Honorable Member, is that he is in order. You may proceed. Honorable Junet, who do you want to inform? Honorable Mulyungi, do you want to be informed by the Honorable Junet Mohammed?
Yes. Madam Chair, I want to inform Honorable Gideon Mulyungi, former PS and architect, a very learned man in this country, that who has served this country in a very high capacities, that the law is very clear. If this House passes a law and the law gets enforced and that law is applied, and which means if you borrow a loan and you don't pay it back and you default, you will be jailed. That's all. We want to tell hustlers that if you default paying this hustler loan, you will be jailed, period.
Honorable members, for the purpose of making progress, I will ask the Honorable Mulyugi to proceed with the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Your time is almost up, but please proceed.
Yeah, just 1 minute. Yeah, I want to inform my colleague, Honorable Meruka, who's my friend, that where I come from, Mama Bogas don't have touch phones. So it will be very difficult for them even to use phones to apply this loan. Finally, Madam Speaker, what I expect Kenya Kwanza to be doing is to lower the cost of fuel, lower taxation, give these borders for free. That is what I expect. Build kiosks for Mama Bogas for free so that they can be seen to be supporting them. And therefore, Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I oppose the regulations. Thank you.
Well, the Honorable Member for Molo, the Honorable Kimani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And from the onset, I would like to say I support these public finance management regulations of 2022. And because, Madam Speaker, I love numbers, I'd like to inform, especially some of the colleagues that are really opposing this, a few numbers that will be critical to them. The interest rates on this Hustlers Fund is at 8% per annum. One of the honorable members referred to this as a government fuliza. And for the record, let me try to compare those two, so that the next time we tell him that he's out of order, he will know factually that he's out of order. For you to access fuliza loan, there is a facilitation fee of 7.5%. Just to access that fund, you need to pay a facilitation fee of 7.5%. What you're offering is there's no facilitation fee, no fee at all, just an interest rate of 8% per annum. No facilitation fee at all. The honorable member who just contributed talked about hustlers that do not have smartphones. And let me inform him that this product is accessible through a regular cellular phone, those called USSD. Like the way you check Safaricom airtime *144#. Those hustlers that do not have smartphones will still be able to access this fund through what we call USSD. Madam Speaker, I would like to inform this House that as per the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics report of October 2022, our rate of inflation is at 9.6%. So where the rate of inflation is 9.6%, and you are accessing funds to these hustlers as 8% per annum, lie to only stupid people that we are stealing from them. This is a fund that is cheap, the cheapest in the market, the most accessible.
The Honorable Junet, what is out of order?
No. Chair, is it in order for the honorable member, Honorable Korea, who is a distinguished accountant, that because CPA, because the inflation rate today is 9.6%, and the Hustler Fund will be at 8%. Who told him that the inflation rate must remain at 9.6%? Inflation rates will come down to 1%, my brother. That is when the cost of living will come down. That's when life will be cheap. Don't make it look good. 9.6 is almost double digit.
Well,
so, Madam Speaker, let him not mislead the country and Kenyans that inflation is at 9.6% and this 8%. No.
Honorable
Thank
you made your point, and I was also listening, and the Honorable Kimani, you said lying to stupid people. That is unparliamentary. I would like you to withdraw, and then you proceed with the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I withdraw the word stupid. But I will not withdraw because it's a matter of fact that our rate of inflation is at 9.6%. And I'm debating why 8% is reasonable. So, Honorable Bandi and Honorable Junet, you had your chance to explain, and we gave you a chance. So let me speak to hustlers. The other products that are available in the market, Madam Speaker, Tala and Branch are the most popular digital loans in this country. The interest rate of Tala is between 84 and 152% per annum. The rate of interest for Branch is between 156 and 348% per annum. And we're saying, because we care about the access to credit of that person at the bottom of the pyramid who will not have access to circle borrowing like some of us, who has no security or collateral to take to the bank for the loans, we are giving you a solution. This solution will take you away from the yoke of Tala, the yoke of Branch, the yoke of Mshwari, and the yoke of all these other funds that, Mr. Speaker, continue to jeopardize the life and the safety and the health of these hustlers, Madam Speaker. To give you another example, border people now, Madam Speaker, are getting loans to buy motorcycles. But these sellers of motorcycles have been very shrewd in how they advance these loans, because they don't make it a fund. They tell you, come, pick a border from us and pay 300 shillings, Madam Speaker. And then you will pay, and they'll urge you to pay and pay. But when you only have 1 or 2 installments left, they will come and take away that motorcycle, Madam Speaker. And that's what you're telling hustlers, that you have a chance to own that motorcycle without having the risk of you paying through the principal all these months, only for that motorcycle to be taken away when you have only 1 or 2 installments left, Madam Speaker. The credit ratings in this country, Madam Speaker, that has been used by the banks, if you default your loan once or twice, Madam Speaker, then you get to lose.
Honorable Jessica Mbalu, what is out of order, Honorable Jessica?
Honorable Speaker, I'm getting confused. When the members debate and say this is a hustlers fund, seriously, I've not seen anywhere written hustlers fund. Let us follow the motion. It is financial inclusion fund. Financial inclusion fund. Unless, Speaker, you have a different order paper.
Commonly referred to as. Honorable members, the Honorable Jessica has raised a valid matter. So please refer to the motion as stated. However, when members are debating, honorable members, they are allowed to make use of the language that resonates with their electorates. However, I would like to urge you, make reference to the order paper as it is. You may proceed, Honorable Kimani. You still have some time. I'll give you a minute more because because of the disturbances.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We call it Financial Inclusion Fund. And for the sake of my debating this for the rest of my minutes, I would like to refer to it as, in my way my people understand, as a hustlers fund, Madam Speaker. I talked about the motorcycles. And I said, Madam Speaker, before I was interrupted, we have found businessmen that are now operating as financial institutions. And for them to escape the procedures that have been laid by this House in terms of regulations of opening a financial institutions, they are the ones lending directly these motorcycles to these border riders, Madam Speaker. And they will wait until you have 1 or 2 installments to pay, and they come and take away those motorcycles, Madam Speaker. And I have numerous of those cases. And these are the people, Madam Speaker, we want to save by start of this fund, Madam Speaker. A lot has been said about how much is enough. And they said 50,000 is nothing. 100,000 shillings is nothing. But let me tell you, honorable members, when I speak about the people that have elected me twice to this parliament, the great people of Molo, there's so many of them, that just having, accessing a loan of 10,000 shillings to go and buy potatoes in Kapsita, to go and buy potatoes in Mariashoni, and go and sell them in Molo Town at a profit. That is how they earn their income, Madam Speaker. And so what happens? Because they have no place to get these loan facilities, they rely on Shylocks that are usually present at the entrance of Molo Market, where they will give you the money. Here is 10,000 shillings, go buy those potatoes and come and sell. And people are repaying that 10,000 shillings with 1,000 shillings more. That is 10,000, that is 10% interest per day, Madam Speaker. And these are hardworking people, these are hardworking Molo people that want to earn their sweat, that want to have the dignity of work, not to have somebody follow them and just wait just when they're selling their wares. Then you have somebody who is there asking them to take their 10,000 shillings back at 10% interest, Madam Speaker. Most of members in this honorable house have access to cheap credit. Whether it is a bank overdrafts in our banks because we have pay slips, whether it is our SACCO savings because we are able to save in a SACCO, or whether it is loans at the bank because we have securities to take to the banks, Madam Speaker. But how about we stopped our political differences and supported this bill, Madam Speaker? How about we don't just oppose it? How about if we enrich this motion, Madam Speaker? Because when we roll out this fund, it's not just going to be accessible and useful to Kenya Kwanza people, Madam Speaker. It's going to be accessible and in use to all members of this Republic of Kenya as per these regulations, Madam Speaker. So I urge this Honorable House, let us enrich this motion. If you, instead of just opposing it, bring an amendment. And if you convince us that that amendment that you're bringing here will make this fund more accessible, more convenient, cheaper to the people of the Republic of Kenya, we will be happy to support you. And I'll start, and I'll be the first one to support this, Madam Speaker. Lastly, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, we are legislators. We could bring an amendment, whether it is an act of parliament or I'm just saying, let us have the fund accessible to Kenyans, and if you have something good to add, improve on this debate, Madam Speaker, not just opposing for the sake of opposing, Madam Speaker. Lastly, I would like to urge Kenyans, let us get into the culture of saving. Let us get to the culture of honoring our debt obligations. And this fund, Madam Speaker, in the regulations, have a way of scoring, credit scoring, so that the more you are able to pay, the more you honor your loan obligation, then the higher amounts you qualify, the more you save, the government is matching that savings on you, so that at least this country can also improve on savings, Madam Speaker. And with that, I support this motion on this financial inclusion fund. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable John Bandy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am aware that Kenyans are complaining about lack of access to credit facilities by micro, small, and medium enterprises. Actually, that is the category of the people we are targeting with financial inclusion. But as we say that, Madam Speaker, it is also true that as...
Well, you have a point? What is out of order, Honorable Millie Odhiambo?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't wish to interrupt my neighbor. But Madam Speaker, I think for people who know me, I rarely come to this house very early. Today I was actually here early. So I'm just concerned that I'm not actually seeing the Speaker noticing me. And I'm also a ranking member, Madam Speaker. So I'm not, I know Mbadi and I are political age mates. I'm not complaining about him, but I'm just concerned, even if you are putting into account gender issues, Madam Speaker. And the reason why I'm saying that is sometimes I understand that technology may be problematic. So I might actually be sitting here waiting for my turn when technology is a problem. I just wanted to assurance.
Honorable Millie Odhiambo, I had noticed that you are lifting your hand
yes.
up, and I requested someone to come to you because we could not see you anywhere on the screen. So you'll get your chance, Honorable Millie. You may proceed, Honorable.
Actually, Millie is a very
Honorable
senior,
Banda.
a
Honorable
ranking,
Bandi.
Yes, Millie is a ranking member. Although standing orders, although we are age mates here, but I'm ranking member number 1 in this house after Dwale left, Madam Speaker. So I am still perfectly in order to go ahead of Millie. But Madam Speaker, I said that yes, access to credit facilities has been a challenge to micro, small, and medium enterprises in this country. But that cannot give government blank check to turn itself into Shylock. With these regulations, we are making the government of Kenya Shylock. The same Shylock that the Honorable MP for Molo was against is what the government of Kenya is going to do with our people. And I want to persuade honorable members that we must reject these regulations so that they are done afresh. Why do I say so? In moving this motion, Madam Speaker, the mover, the Honorable Chepkonga, tried to persuade us that the 8% is meant for administrative costs. Madam Speaker, that is not correct. I want to read the same regulations, number 25. It says that administrative costs of the fund shall be met through appropriations of the State Department responsible for matters relating to micro, small, and medium enterprises. Madam Speaker, what that says in simple terms is that this House will be appropriating money which will be used to administer this fund. Therefore, the question you want to ask is, why are our people, why are these poor Kenyans being charged 8% per annum? And by the way, Madam Speaker, let no one cheat Kenyans that 8% is such a small percentage. 8% per annum is such a high percentage. In some jurisdictions, that would be unheard of. It is only in Kenya where credit, accessibility to credit is difficult, where we have overborrowed money, where banks are charging obscene interest rates, where we think 8% is a low interest rate. If you borrow 50,000 shillings, you will be paying 4,000 shillings. That, if you divide, you will find that every day you are paying 11 shillings as interest only. And Madam Speaker, that is not small amount. In your mortgage loan, Madam Speaker, a member of parliament pays 3% per annum as interest rate. Public servants pay 3% as interest rate on mortgage. You are telling Kenyans that Mama Mboga out there, whom you have christened as a hustler, should pay 8% per annum. That is obscene interest rate that should not be allowed to pass in this House. Madam Speaker, where is the report of the actuaries who did tabulation and calculated and found out that 8% was the desirable interest
Honorable
rate?
Bandi, I have a point of order from the chair, the Honorable Chepkonga. What is out of order, Honorable Chepkonga?
I rise pursuant to Standing Order 81, Madam Speaker. Is it in order for the Honorable Badi to compare the parliamentary mortgage scheme in which people who are managing that scheme are employees of Parliamentary Service Commission, are not paid out of the interest that is charged to Honorable Badi's mortgage that is advanced to him? In fact, it is government which pays your salary for sitting in the mortgage committee. In fact, when I was a member, I was not being paid out of the mortgage. So the comparison of 3% is misleading. It is misleading. Secondly, the Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, I'm not debating, is it in order? Is it in order for the Honorable Badi to claim that the interest is so high when he knows as an accountant that the central bank has fixed the base at 8.75%. So the one of this fund, the ASLA fund, is lower by 0.75% from that which has been fixed by central bank, which is commercial rate, Madam Speaker.
You raised it. There are two matters that you raised. One was about the comparison. Honorable Bandi, the two are not comparable. I would like to say that the second point that you tried to make, you are debating on the motion, and I will not allow you to debate on the motion. So for that matter, I ask the Honorable Bandi to proceed with the debate.
And Madam Speaker, kindly guide the Honorable Chakoma. He keeps on quoting the wrong standing order. 81 does not talk to what you have always been talking about. Kindly read it. But Madam Speaker,
Honorable member, since this is a house of record, I would like to read 81. And Honorable Chepkonga, while you are away, Chepkonga.
You know, he was farming for 5 years.
Now you will save my minutes, because now...
I will save your minutes,
please.
I assure you.
Educating.
The Honorable Chepkonga, standing order number 81, has nothing to do with the matter you raised. It is 83. The moment you confuse the two numbers, it means you have erred. For that reason, I give a chance to the Honorable Bandi to finalize your debate.
You know, Madam Speaker, and I would want the chair to listen to this. The administrative cost of this fund is not going to be met from the 8%, unless you have a different set of regulations. It is clear that the administrative cost of the fund shall be met through appropriations of the state department responsible for matters relating to micro, small, and medium enterprises. So it has nothing to do with the 8%. You have been misleading this House. So, Madam Speaker, the 8% is for what? And I still want to insist that this 8% is so high. You cannot compare the base lending rates with what we should charge the poor Kenyans out there. The reason why the base lending rate is where it is today is because of the overborrowing by the government. What the government should do, what Kenya Kwanza should do, and I thought that is what you promised us in rallies, is to maintain fiscal discipline, to help manage the monetary policy of the country, to lower the base lending rate even to 3%, 4% as it is in other jurisdictions, and then you can charge our hustlers 3-4%. In fact, Madam Speaker, there is nobody who has ever started business with loan and has succeeded. Loans are used to enhance businesses, expand businesses, make them more viable. But starting business with a loan is suicidal. The government should have thought of giving the hustlers, and I want to use this word very strongly because you used it during campaigns. The hustlers should be given grants to start their business. So start off. We support this establishment of fund, but not to extort our people, fleece them, make them more poor in the name of giving them capacity. The members of parliament here, let me warn you, the moment you allow this fund to be operational, your electorate will borrow it. They will come to you when now the government has come for the assets. We have seen it with women funds. People will be auctioned. 8%, and if you default, 9.5%. What kind of a government can operate like this? I thought we had serious economists advising this government. Madam Speaker, I am persuaded that the economists advising our president, advising our cabinet, should be fired as early as yesterday. In fact, they should be fired because they are misleading this guy. You cannot make, and with the kind of economy we are in, we are still struggling to come out of the COVID period. Madam Speaker, we are struggling to come out of the COVID period. Which business can even give you 5% profit?
I see the Honorable
You want to charge our people 8%?
The Honorable Ruku, as a point of information, but I would like to ask the Honorable Bandi, who do you want to inform? Honorable Ruku, please give him the mic. He has a point of order. Yes, so that is why I'm asking the Honorable Ruku. Honorable Ruku, who do you want to inform? Honorable Ruku.
Madam Speaker,
You said you have a point of information.
I think there is nobody who is...
Who do you want to inform, Honorable Ruku?
The people of Kenya, because they are being deceived by Honorable Bandi. Honorable Mbandi is
Ruku,
misinforming the people.
Unfortunately, you are out of order. You are out of order, Honorable Ruku. You are out of order. You cannot inform Kenyans when another member is in the middle of debate. Yeah, I know you are still learning the ropes, but you cannot do that. Yes, point of... What is out of order, Honorable Ruku?
Madam Speaker, it is not fair for Honorable Mbandi to... I want to be truthful, because as you keep on saying that this is a house of records. Loans, pricing, and distribution.
What is out of order, Honorable Ruku?
I'm rising on point on, what's the name of this book?
Do you want to ask the Honorable Chepkonga which point of order?
Give me
you
this
cannot
book.
ask.
106, starting on as number 106. Of irrelevant funds, that the point which Honorable Mbandi is trying to make is totally irrelevant as far as the inclusion fund is concerned. And to that extent, he is misreading this house. Starting on the number 106. Yeah? No. Yeah, irrelevance or repetition. Standing on the number 106, Madam Speaker. I am aware about the standing order, even if I'm a new member of this house. Okay, irrelevance. Honorable Mbandi, whatever is informing this house is completely irrelevant as far as the way the Asras Fund has been convinced and established under these regulations. And that is what I want to address, Madam Speaker, if you allow me.
Well, Honorable Ruku, you have actually done very well in terms of truthfulness. That 106, standing order 106 is about relevance. But, listen, the Honorable Mbandi was relevant to the motion, Honorable members, so that we may make progress. I would like to allow the Honorable Mbandi to proceed. What is out of order, Honorable Junet?
Madam Speaker, I really appreciate what Honorable Ruku has said. But you see, Madam Speaker, the Standing Order 106 is talking about relevance to the debate.
Honorable Junet. Honorable Junet.
Irrelevance to the debate.
Honorable Junet.
But Mr. Speaker, Madam
Unfortunately, Honorable Junet, you cannot raise a point of order on another point of order. So you are out of order. Honorable Mbandi, proceed.
Madam Speaker, I really don't know what was irrelevant in what I was saying. I was really struggling to hear what the member for Mbeere North was saying. But anyway, I failed to understand what he was saying. But anyway, I have said that this fund is going to be very costly to our people. Two, Madam Speaker, and what has really disturbed me, you are asking Kenyans that when you are borrowing money, 5% of what you are borrowing is automatically saved somewhere, and where they even don't know. You are not even telling us where this money is going to be saved. But that is not the point. I have never heard anywhere I go to the bank to borrow money to do business, and I'm told that I have to leave 5% of what I'm borrowing to be saved for me. I am borrowing to do business, for heaven's sake. Money borrowed, you cannot be forced to save money you have borrowed. I don't know anyone in this house who is a good financial manager who borrows money and saves. You can't borrow money and save. There is no money. Now, most of the savings in this country, Madam Speaker, and I'll give money market, which is one of the safest way of borrowing in this country. The interest rate at the moment is less than 9%. You are borrowing money which you are paying at 8%. Someone is going to save it for you in a government institution most of which are run down and are not going to give you even 5% interest, yet you are paying 8% on that loan. Please allow Kenyans to use the money they are borrowed to do business. You can encourage them to invest or save the profit arising out of the business they have done. But you cannot force any Kenyan to borrow 50,000 and out of it, 2,500 is automatically deducted. That is why we are saying that this government is becoming a Shylock. This government is becoming Fuliza. It is Tala and Mshwari in a different name. That these are the same. In fact, it has borrowed largely. This fund, Madam Speaker, has borrowed all the bad manners of these institutions we are talking about. If you borrow Fuliza, there is automatically an amount deducted, Madam Speaker. If you borrow Mshwari, it is the same. If you borrow from the government of Kenya, under Kenya Kwanza, automatically a percentage is deducted. This is a Fuliza government. Whether you like it or not, this is a Fuliza government in a different name. And Kenyans did not expect this, Madam
Honorable
Speaker.
members,
Kenyans were promised.
Honorable Bandi, order. I have a point of order by the Honorable Miruka Afa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I respect.
What is out of order, Honorable Miruka?
The point of order is this. Is the member in order to say that Asala's fund is equivalent to Fuliza? Fuliza, let me explain. Fuliza fund, they automatically deduct your amount in terms of interest. Asala's fund does not have interest. You are going to be deducted. The 8% is per annum, which in the regulation we are debating now. I'm not sure whether the regulation has the 8%. We are discussing about the regulation of the fund to enable a common manager access this fund in a free manner that he is able to sustain his life. But it's the member in order to equate Asala's fund and Fuliza fund.
Honorable Bandi, would you like to make an explanation to the House on that matter that has been raised?
Yeah, I will educate him, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Fuliza, when you borrow, I have not borrowed Fuliza myself, but from what I hear, 7.5% is automatically deducted. From this financial inclusion fund, if you borrow, 5% is deducted. Same characteristics. The only difference, 7.5%, 5%. This one, Madam Speaker, is charging 8% interest. In Fuliza, the percentage is higher, but you are still charged. Fuliza, again, you are going to receive it via the phone. So what is the difference between this money and Fuliza? Nothing. This is, in fact, I said before Majority Leader walked in, the moment your people borrows this money, they will fail to pay, they will come to you to help them pay. Madam Speaker, I want to just urge this House. Madam Speaker, I want to urge this House.
He has only half a minute, but we have a point of order from the leader.
I want to urge this House.
Leader of Majority Party, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable John Badi has mentioned me and the people of Kikuyu, and you know the people of Kikuyu are very dear to me. And besides that, I was in the office, Honorable Speaker, listening to the contribution by Honorable John Badi that is laden with a lot of misleading information, Honorable Speaker. And I just walked back in because part of what the Honorable John Badi contends that the people of Kikuyu will not be unable to pay because they are being forced to pay. They are not being forced to save. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable John Badi is a seasoned accountant, a very experienced one like myself, only that I qualified as an accountant before him.
The Honorable Bandi. Order, Honorable Bandi.
You know, when I was a student at the University of Nairobi, in 1996, Honorable Speaker, is when I qualified as an accountant. The Honorable John Badi was a junior accountant at the students' welfare place there, next to Hall 9, as a junior officer, and he was not qualified. He only qualified later. Honorable Speaker, more importantly, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable John Badi, as an accountant, knows that you will not today walk into a bank without any banking history and be afforded the opportunity to access credit. It is that informs, Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the shouting by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo. And she gets accustomed to listening to when serious legislators like myself and Honorable John Buddy are engaging on serious issues, then she may have the temperament to just listen. Because you borrow based on your credit history, Honorable Speaker, in the banking sector. It is that this fund is seeking to achieve, Honorable Speaker, because when the bank asks you for your 6 months bank statements to be able to evaluate whether you can borrow money from them, it's because you have built some history. It is that the fund seeks to do by ensuring that people also are saving within the fund. And I heard the Honorable John Buddy say that you are saving in amorphous government institutions. If you are a member of a SACCO, your savings go into your SACCO. The savings that you save, Honorable Speaker, will also is your money. You are not saving and that money going to government. Tomorrow you will not need to borrow. You just need to access your savings once you have repaid your loan. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I just want to correct the misinformation because the Honorable John Buddy is an accountant. Accountants will deal with facts and figures. And he knows his facts, but he wants to play politics. And Honorable Speaker, I'm sure it's good to play the politics, but it's also unfair to misinform the people of Kenya and allude to the fact that people are being forced to do this. People will be unable to pay, and I just want to inform him that the people of Kikuyu are yearning for this fund, and they will pay the loans they access.
You've made your point that you are indicating that the Honorable Bandi has only 1 minute. I am finding it very difficult, Honorable Junet, to give you a point of order on top of another point of order. I'll follow the rules of this House, that I cannot have a point of order on another point of order, Honorable Junet. You have a point of information. So who do you want to inform, Honorable Junet? You have 1 minute to do so.
Oh, Sasa. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to inform Honorable Mbadi that what the majority leader is doing in the floor of the House is very wrong. You stand on a point of order, then you start debating. We are not, we are under the standing orders. We are not under the orders of Ishungwa, Madam Speaker, in this House. This is the 4th time he's doing this. This is the 3rd time he's doing in my presence, Madam Speaker, that he raises on a point of order, then he starts debating. Madam Speaker, the majority leader is not above the standing orders. The majority leader must operate within the standing orders. And he knows very well that the people of Kikuyu constituency have been conned through Hustler Fund. Thank you very much.
Honorable Bandi, you have 1 minute to finish your debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I conclude, and you know, majority leader is even misleading this House that I'm his junior. You know, in professions, you become a junior of someone depending on when you are registered. And Madam Speaker, if we brought our registration, the time we were registered, even his registration number is my junior with so many years. And I will tell you, I did CPA in a record 2 years. You struggled for 3-4 years. So, Madam Speaker, let me just wind up. That, to be honest, let us reject these regulations. Even look, Madam Speaker, on Regulation 21, where it gives the financial intermediaries powers. They may match the funds or may not. We should be clear that if you are accessing this fund as a financial intermediary, you must match the funds. Shall match the funds, not may. May is giving leeway to these intermediaries to get access to this fund, do business with it without matching. So the committee did a shoddy job. We must return this regulation. We need this fund. By the way, we must have this fund. But the regulations as they are must be rejected by this House and redone by the government.
The Honorable Naomi Wako, member for Marsabit. She's just stepped out. Honorable members, I really wanted a voice of a female member of parliament because I realized that we had not had any from a female member of parliament. Honorable members, on this side, I cannot see any, so I am going to give a chance to the Honorable Julius Ruto, member for Keses.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise on support of this motion of...
The honorable members who are shouting Mishra, Honorable Mishra, you are out of order.
Thank you. Thank you for protecting me, Madam Speaker. For record purpose, I'm Honorable Julius Ruto, a CPA, but I'm junior than them, so please. Yes, it's good to hone. Than them, but of course I'm senior than others here. So thank you so much. I rise to support this motion on the establishment of proper regulations to support or to regularize the establishment of the inclusive fund, otherwise known as the ASOLA fund. This has come into force or into action being informed by the situation that Kenyans are going through. We are privileged to be in a country where Kenyans are working, people who are not lazy, people who are desirous to make their livelihoods, and cognizant of the challenges, of economic challenges we are facing at the moment. If you go down there to where our small traders, the SMEs and the MSMEs are in, day out, the aspect and the behavior of borrowing is existing. And in any case, there is a behavior that has been established where there are some lenders who are sitting by the side of the market in the morning to lend to these mamambogas, and in the evening, they are being paid back at an interest rate of 10% per day. The 8%, which is bringing us an issue here, and I want to agree with all of us that establishment of a fund, for it to be sustainable, it requires the repayment together with the cost factor in it to cushion the decrease, to cushion the users or the administrator from utilizing the capital aspect in it, so that in the long run we deplete the fund. But this thing should be able to grow it with time. I'm sure as much as the government of the day, I'm sure as much as this house would appropriate funds to this fund. Thank you so much, thank you. As much as would be desirous to keep appropriating funds to this particular fund, but it reach a time that there will be other goals or other priorities that will need to be looked at. And for the purpose of this fund to grow and to be stable, we have to ensure that the borrowers of these funds should be able to bring it back, including accrued in what they brought, because at the end of the day, these funds are borrowed to be able to grow the business, to be able to advance the business, to be able to increase the profit. And part of that profit, 8% annually, if you're able to appropriate per day, like what happens in that sector of the small-scale businesses, because their borrowing is practiced not in annual, but in a daily basis, majorly or largely in a week basis. So the 8%, if you appropriate, it will come down to a small decimal percentage that is uncomparable to the 10% they pay daily. So I want to encourage the honorable members that let us look at this particular fund beyond our political persuasion, but let us look at, because it's going to affect all Kenyans. These Kenyans called the Asolas, these Kenyans called the Savaras, these Kenyans called the Bottom, are all over the country, all over the 47 counties of Kenya. So let us support them by ensuring that government is taking a lead in recognizing that the challenges they are going through, in recognizing the need that is required, in recognizing the spirit fight that these Kenyans are demonstrating, that they are willing to create an employment to support themselves, because the current market cannot adopt or cannot absorb the current rate of employable Kenyans who are ready to be employed and cannot be absorbed. So at this house, honorable house, I want to say, let us approve this particular regulations, and there is nothing that can stop. Whenever we are going to realize there are some challenges that will come therein, there is nothing that can stop this house to relook at it and improve and further it. But for now, let us approve this particular regulations and ensure this fund is put into operation. Let us look at this mamamboga. Let us look at this young man, this boy, when he meets you and asks you to support with the daily payings of these particular motorcycles or border. They go take it on a loan, and they are paying on a daily basis. Some of them pay to the tune of 400. By virtue of us ensuring that we are paying this particular fund. I have a point of order by the Honorable Julius Meli, member for Tinderet. What is out of order?
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on point order number 95. noting the mood of the House and the ventilation and the debate on, I would wish that the mover be called to reply. Yes. Yes.
The mover be called to reply.
To reply, yes.
Well, I assent to that, but I would like to hear the voice of after the Honorable Member for Keses has finalized, then I'll give a chance to the Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Then we can call upon the mover to. But is that the mood of the House? The Honorable Member for Keses, please finish your debate.
Thank you. Let me finalize my submission, Madam Speaker, that indeed, let us rise to occasion. This is a calling by Kenyans, the low Kenyans who are suffering, who are living below $1, that they are saying, please remember us where we are. And that is why the fund inclusivity name came in. Let us include them, let us accommodate them, let us give them an opportunity, let us support their daily toils, let us give them a space for them to realize their energies, the same way we are here handling our livelihoods. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I stand to support that these regulations ought to be passed by this Honorable House. Thank you.
Very well, Member for Keses. The Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes.
Member for Suba North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me first of all say that I want to thank the Parliament of Kenya for sending members of Parliament for the sports. May the Parliament send them every 3 months, because Parliament has become very exciting today. Even when we are waiting for long, it's okay because we are few and it's very exciting. So may Parliament form the habit of sending more members for sports every 3 months. But having said that, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that I am the naysayer that Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah was referring to, unapologetically. And Madam Speaker, I want to say that I do not support the Financial Inclusion Fund as regulations as currently crafted. We do know for sure that we need to include majority of Kenyans, and I don't like using the word, what is it again, hustler? I don't want to use it because it's a very abused word. I'm a person that most of my life I've worked on the issue of inclusion, and I think this is a fund that is being used to abuse that category of persons. Madam Speaker, the reason why I want to say, and I want to reiterate what other members have said, is that this is actually Fuliza by another word, and it will end up harming majority of the women and youth in this country. Madam Speaker, if you are saying that you are giving 500 Kenya shillings, and out of these 500 Kenya shillings, there's an amount that is automatically removed, and then you have 8% again removed, what the hell are you remaining with, Madam Speaker? Even this money is not even enough to purchase the phone that it should be receiving this money. Even if you are talking about Mulika Mwizi, you cannot even buy that phone to even receive this money. So this is actually, if you ask me, a cash cow that some people are trying to use to steal money from Kenyans. Madam Speaker, I don't understand why what we had started in the last parliament, we couldn't have continued with it, which is consolidating all the government funds, including the WESO fund, and reforming them so that it better serves Kenyans. And I want to agree with Honorable Mbadi that what we need is a grant for this category of persons. And we all have them in our constituencies. People that very small amounts of money will actually make a difference to. And the member for Molo was talking of 10,000. I come from a constituency where even 2,000 or 1,000 will make a difference. But it can't make a difference where you are giving and with the right hand and taking away with the left hand, because this is actually what this fund is doing. During the campaigns, I heard Honorable Ichung'wah used to tell people that it will be interest-free. Today, I am actually hearing him changing and saying that now it will be charged 8%. Madam Speaker, I'd also just want to indicate that there is also a constitutional issue that you cannot force Kenyans to save. Madam Speaker, people save voluntarily. In fact, I was speaking with one of the members here, and he was saying informally, I don't want to mention who, that he said Kenyans can only save involuntarily, yet he's a supporter of this fund. How can you force people to save? That is unconstitutional. You can't force people to save. If you want to give people money, give them money without forcing them to save. And when you are taking little money from people here and there, 500 shillings here and there, how sure, where will these people have the energy, the time, the resources to chase their 150 shillings that has been saved? The money they will use in terms of the credit that they will be used. That's too much money. Madam Speaker, in concluding, I want to say this, and I want to quote one of the members that I saw online, which is to raise an issue of cohesiveness in terms of government policy. And I want to quote somebody called Sankei Saitoti, who said today, there is something with this KK government. A ban is imposed by the Ministry of Interior. It's being lifted by Public Service Minister. The Trade CS is talking of maize, while the CS of Agriculture is silent. The Sports Minister is commissioning exams, while Kenya Sevens are doing fundraisers. Clowns all over. Madam Speaker, I think before we get into here where we're actually trying to come up with the regulations and all, can this government first have cohesion in terms of its own policy and in terms of the work of the CSS? You can't just have people jumping up like popcorn, the CS minister talking about the CS for labor talking about sports, the one for sports. Very soon we'll be hearing another CS that is not in charge of this fund talking to us about this fund and saying their own things. So I want to encourage Ichungwa. And I want to tell you that I'm glad to learn that Honorable Mbadi is your senior. And I'm also the senior of your member of parliament who is moving these regulations in law, because I'm seeing the CPS are proud today telling us you are accountants. I'm also a lawyer and I'm senior to your lawyer. Thank you, and with those few remarks, I oppose.
Honorable members, the Honorable Meli, member for Tinderet, rose on a point of order number 95, asking for the mover to be called to reply. And honorable members, I would like to establish whether that is the mood of the House. So I therefore put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the other opinion say nay? No. The ayes have it. So the Honorable Chepkonga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank members. I'd like to donate some 6 minutes of my time to 3 people. No, it's allowed. When the movement is called, it's allowed. It's allowed.
So the Honorable Chepkonga.
Yes.
With all due respect, the decision, the House has made a decision that that you, the mover, be called to reply. So the only opportunity you have is now to reply.
Thank you very much.
If the debate had gone up to the end, then you would have had 10 minutes and you would donate. So for now, you reply.
Thank you very much. I will speak,
Order, honorable members.
I will speak on behalf of Honorable Kamket, Honorable Meli, and Honorable Shako, who are willing to speak to this motion in a very positive way, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank every member that has contributed in one way or the other, including those who have been in opposition. It was intended to enrich. In fact, it is not opposition, Madam Speaker. In fact, what I took from Honorable Mbadi was a critique of the regulations, and which we have taken it in good strides. We will consider them. Those which we think it is good, it will be anchored in the regulations. We will prepare a corrigendum. The committee listens, and I would like to assure this House that this committee is up to the task. We met the 2 cabinet secretaries who are represented by the PS Muya, and the cabinet secretary himself, Chelugui, was in attendance. And I would like to assure you, Madam Speaker, that we did justice to these regulations. We had very eminent people. We had Honorable Mbui, who was there. We had Honorable Tindi Mwale. We had Honorable Okelo, who are former members of this committee when the Honorable Kamket was chairing. And so we had valuable experience from those members who were carried over from the previous parliament. And they were very valuable assistance in coming up with these regulations. What I would like to assure members is, in fact, when you look at these regulations, the intention is to build creditworthiness of borrowers. We want to get to a situation where people borrow without giving any collateral, but based on your honest in repaying the loans that has been extended to you. These monies that are going to be put into this fund, Madam Speaker, these are monies out of our taxes. Honorable Mbadi, when he spoke, very eloquently, Madam Speaker, he spoke on the question of giving money to hustlers. And you must weigh this together with fiscal discipline, which ensures that government uses the monies that it collects in a manner that gives what we call return on investment and promotes good economic policies. And so this is what these regulations are intended to achieve. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank every member that has contributed, and we will take that into account, but I'm pleading with the members that we pass this regulation. It is important so that the hustlers benefit in all the constituencies that are represented here. And with those many and few remarks, I beg to reply.
Very well spoken, the Honorable Chepkonga. Honorable members, a question to be put on this motion will be done in the next sitting. Next order. Next order.
Order number 13, the county government's additional allocations number 2 bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2022, second reading.
Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I rise to move the bill on the county government's additional allocations number 2 bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2022. Madam Speaker, the county government's additional allocation bill number 2 of 2022 provides the legal basis for the transfer of additional allocation from the national government's share of revenue as per the Division of Revenue Act, as well as external loans and grants from development partners to the county governments, especially for the year 2022-2023 financial year. Honorable Speaker, the bill is in line with Article 190 of the Constitution that provides that Parliament may legislate for additional support to county governments and consistent with Article 202C, which provides for the transfer of additional allocations from the national government's share of revenue to the devolved units that are the counties, the 47 counties. Honorable Speaker, as you may remember, the annual Division of Revenue Bill was originally used to allocate additional funds to county governments. However, the High Court ruling number 252 of 2016 supposed that the Division of Revenue Act should not be used to distribute conditional and non-conditional grants and funds to counties, since it violates the institutional and functional integrity of both levels of government. Honorable Speaker, it is also important to remember that the County Government Additional Allocation Act of 2022 was previously passed by this House on April 29 of 2022, and it outlined the process for allocating additional funds for the year 2021-2022 financial fiscal year. On the other hand, the bill, which will be regarded as having entered into force on July 1st of 2022, this year, provides for the release of additional funds or allocation with regards to 2022-2023 fiscal year. Honorable Speaker, the bill proposes that the county government allocation will be transferred to the respective county revenue fund in accordance with a payment schedule published in a gazette notice by the CS or the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Treasury. Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the additional allocations are usually included in the budget estimates of the national government and submitted to Parliament for approval. This is, however, subject to the national government and the respective county governments having entered into intergovernmental agreement And in case of a loan or grant by a development partner, the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Treasury has a responsibility and also responsible for the development partner having agreed in writing that the funds shall be transferred to the county government. Madam Speaker, I don't want to belabor much because I'm sure members have perused our report. I only want to go to specific areas, Madam Speaker, for members to note so that even as we input on the suggestions we have given as a committee, we can be well aligned in terms of information. I want to touch on a few issues, Madam Speaker, that are contained in the report and also the bill from the Senate for the ease of internalization of members and also in terms of debate. Number one, some of the observations that we made as a committee, many of the grants, both conditional and non-conditional, from several development partners, Madam Speaker, have only defined around 2 counties as areas that may need to be assisted through or that are ravaged by drought, Madam Speaker, that is Marsabit and Turkana. We noted as the committee that going forward, we may need to be a bit more realistic by incorporating the many counties, Madam Speaker, that need assistance, and especially the counties that are in ASAL areas and other areas that are currently being hit by drought, Madam Speaker, and also others that have a probability, Madam Speaker, to be in through that kind of a menace. Number 2, Madam Speaker, that we noted is that the bill that has come from Senate, and we have noted the same in our report, Madam Speaker, is that it is also a subject of what the government has been doing, Madam Speaker, in regards to reducing the deficit, the fiscal deficit, to around 5.8%. And therefore, Madam Speaker, some of the conditional grants coming from GOK were also subject of standardization, Madam Speaker, as we try to save around 300 billion Kenya shillings that initially was earmarked to be borrowed, and especially locally, domestically. Madam Speaker, also, we note that there are some counties that have been earmarked to be assisted through a conditional grant by the GOK in regards to building headquarters. And this was affecting 5 counties that had no headquarter, Madam Speaker. They were inheriting from the previous system. Madam Speaker, as you note, majority of the counties, Madam Speaker, got the premises previously used by the DCs to be their headquarters. However, 5 counties never had any premise or never had any headquarter. And Madam Speaker, of the 5, only 4 have been considered for funding, Madam Speaker, through the bill that came from Senate. Maybe going forward, we may need to standardize that, because especially the county that was left out, that is the Rakanithi, has done very well, Madam Speaker, in terms of the construction of their headquarter, and we need to support them because their headquarters currently is around 90% complete, and we need to support them so that they can get value for money in regards to that building and construction of the headquarter. Madam Speaker, lastly, there is a very murky area that I also want to draw members to check on very keenly, the issue of the leased equipment, medical equipment, Madam Speaker. However, that we never amended anything in this particular bill from Senate. Going forward, Madam Speaker, we may need to do a lot of public participation around the leasing of those medical equipment, Madam Speaker, to get the views of the users, to get the views of the governors, so that we expend money, which is to a tune of over 5 billion per year, Madam Speaker, on issues that are not murky and that are not shrouded by any darkness or clouds. Lastly, Madam Speaker, is that we have noted also there are some grants, and especially from our development partners, that needs our counties to upgrade their towns into municipalities so that they are able to gain from these grants, Madam Speaker. We have given recommendation, and I am sure members will interact with that report so that even as we move the debate forward, Madam Speaker, it will be informed based on the issues that I just raised. Madam Speaker, I move and I request the Honorable Danson Mwashako to second.
Honorable Mwashako. Honorable Dan Mwashako.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, my chair. First, Honorable Chair, I want to second the additional allocation number 2 bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2022. Madam Speaker, indeed this is an important bill that is long overdue, and I must say that it's important that we fast track this bill because we are in the middle of the financial year, and until now we don't have a framework to disburse the resources that have already been appropriated, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I say this, these monies that initially we used to allocate through the Division of Revenue bill, but now, Mheshimiwa Speaker, we have an opportunity to interrogate these numbers as grants and additional allocation to counties for services that either will be done by national government or will be done by county government. We have an opportunity to look at the value of these finances because, Madam Speaker, we know the challenges our counties have. We have quite many challenges. Madam Speaker, I don't want to take much time, but I want to mention and talk about the leasing of medical equipment project, which its implementation under this framework, it is going to be implemented under this framework, Madam Speaker. The conceptualization of the project was extremely noble. However, it has been, there are many challenges in its implementation, and therefore, Madam Speaker, because now that we have an opportunity through this bill, going forward, we have an opportunity to address all the issues that have bedeviled this program, Madam Speaker. And with these short remarks, I second.
Very well, Member for Undanyi. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the county government's additional allocations number 2 bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2022 be now read a second time. Well, the Honorable Junet Mohammed.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I stand to support the bill. But Madam Speaker, it is a noble cause to send money to the counties, especially at this time when they are being ravaged by drought and other things. But Madam Speaker, it's also very painful, extremely painful to find that these monies will go to the counties and still be eaten by people who are working in counties. Madam Speaker, if this money does not go straight to the affected people, people who are suffering from hunger, people who are being ravaged by drought, Madam Speaker, the curse of God will befall on these counties, Madam Speaker, because it will be immoral, Madam Speaker, for the counties to end up using this money in a corrupt manner. Lastly, Madam Speaker, the first thing I expected from Kenya Kwanza was the cancellation of the MES, the medical equipment services. I'm wondering why it has taken too long. Honorable Ishungwa, tell us. I thought that was the first executive order number 1, that matter was illegal, immoral, unacceptable. So I'm wondering why it is still existing in our books. That thing should be cancelled once and for all and taken back to the counties to buy the equipment. Madam Speaker, health is a devolved function. You cannot buy equipment for them here in Afi House. That mess, the name itself is a mess. That mess must be cancelled. Tell Jungo I've sent you to the president. I want him to cancel this.
Point of order. Point of order by the Honorable Chepkonga. What is out of order, Honorable Chepkonga?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 95. The Honorable Junet accepts the last point, but he spoke very well. It was the others were relevant. It is this other last one he was talking about. This, we are not, the paper is not here yet. I think it's coming next week. So would I be in order, Madam Speaker, looking at the mood of the House, including Honorable Junet, has spoken very well. In fact, he says this money should be released fairly quickly. Would I be in order, Madam Speaker, that I request you to call the mover to reply? Thank you.
I will give a minute to the majority, to the leader of majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker,
First.
and I rise to support this particular bill, Honorable Speaker. And members will appreciate that these additional funds, Honorable Speaker, are going to the counties. And I know we all have concerns as to how and where these monies will be applied to. Out of this money, Honorable Speaker, the conditional grants coming from the government of Kenya is about 5 billion shillings. almost 5.3 billion, and another 17 billion shillings. That is money coming from our donor partners, Honorable Speaker. And it's very important, Honorable Speaker, that we pass this bill for us to be able to access, especially this donor money that is mostly in the fields of water and healthcare. But I want to associate myself, Honorable Speaker, with the sentiments of Honorable Junet in terms of the mess that is in the MES. And I'm rather surprised that indeed freedom has come, that the Honorable Junet today can be speaking about the end of the MES mess, Honorable Speaker, well, as you know, he was a chief advocate of this mess in the last regime. And I want to encourage, Honorable Speaker, governors who have theaters, who have dialysis units that are still dysfunctional, and money is being paid out of government coffers to pay for these managed equipment systems that are not being utilized, Honorable Speaker, that they must have some sense of responsibility to the people of Kenya, because it is money that is being paid to entrepreneurs. And we know who these entrepreneurs are, Madam Speaker. These are entrepreneurs who captured the Ministry of Health in the last regime. And they're only able to capture the Ministry of Health in the last regime because they were well aligned to those who were in power, Honorable Speaker. And I want to encourage our governors to ensure that for every coin they pay under MES, we are getting value for it. Honorable Speaker, with that, I support this bill, and I do want to urge that we support this bill, at least to allow our county governments to access most of the donor money and part of what they have not been able to access from the government of Kenya in terms of conditional grants. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, the Honorable Chepkonga rose on a point of order, number 95, asking that the mover be called upon to reply. And I would like to establish whether this is the mood of the House. So, honorable members, I put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as of this opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So I call upon the chair to reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank all members for their valuable contributions to this particular bill. Madam Speaker, I associate myself with all the sentiments, and especially on the medical equipment managed services. I think MES was actually messy, Madam Speaker. We need to relook at it. We need to relook at the beneficiaries who took advantage of the Kenyan people and our health sector. And Madam Speaker, I am sure going forward, even as we allocate money for the financial year that is we are going, Madam Speaker, we'll be able to interrogate that matter much more deeply. Madam Speaker, I thank all the committee members. I thank all the members of Parliament for their very precise comments, and I beg to reply.
So, honorable members, the question to be put on this motion will happen in the next sitting. Honorable members, and the time now being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 30th November 2022 at 9:30 a.m.